Welcome to today's continuation of the Fell Xenologue expansion in Fire Emblem Engage. We are currently 3 maps in, and we're about to head into number 4 after quite a battle with number 3 the other day, and it felt like it was breezy until we got to the last 3 turns or so, and then it turned out to be in total about a 5-hour ordeal, I think. But we made it. We've learned a couple of things about the peculiarities of playing the metagame in this mode, and we're just going to move on. Might have a few adjustments in strategy today when it comes to building, because as you see, we are very low on bond fragments. I don't really have much overhead for further customization of the party, so we might just have to go with what we know. Anyway, let's start. Aha, okay, so this is going to be another multi-parter, much like chapters 10 and 11, or 21 and 22, I believe, in the main game. And so we'll see if we can do it in one sitting. It depends, obviously, on the length of the map. But it will probably affect the party selection simply because, from prior experience, with the multi-parters, we didn't actually get to customize the party any further from one battle to the next. We might have to make sure we pick a good team from the outset, so with that in mind, let's begin. Clash of Queens.
You plot and scheme in service of one. Will you fight for their happiness?
You trust, love, and care for one. Do you wish to make them yours alone?
The country of boulders has crumbled.
The country of flowers has wilted.
Let them be. One knows the truth. In this world, there is no mercy. My yearning does not exist here.
Alright, I'm afraid my voice actor recognition isn't quite good enough to place exactly who's talking,
No.
but
No.
might be just the aspects of Valyria, I suppose.
Look around. The windflowers have bloomed.
So this is our counterpart from the introduction.
Beautiful. The sight of them is rejuvenating, even in the midst of this brutal war.
I think this is the equivalent of Lumera's garden in the original game. In the original campaign, rather.
Let's take some to show the others. We can pick this blue one and that red one.
Rather on the nose, of course, with that color selection.
It feels wrong to pick them. Perhaps we should invite the others here instead.
You know, I think you're right. That's a much better idea. I love how you take care of everyone now.
Interesting that we do not see her face revealed, even though the hairstyling and the dress is very clearly meant to signify that she's the alternate Alir. Maybe it's a surprise.
I am just following your example.
But we shall see.
A dream. Such sentiment no longer becomes me.
Anyway, only a matter of time before she leaves our party and becomes the enemy to be fought, but we'll keep her for the time being.
I must put this foolishness out of mind.
That may, in fact, be the mid-chapter twist this time around, given that it's usually some kind of disruption like that, at least in multi-parters.
The kingdom of Elusia is certainly chilly.
Yes, and much easier to get into than Brodia. I'm almost disappointed.
It was too easy if you ask me, and kinda scary if I'm being honest.
It is odd that we've run into so few guards.
Are you feeling all right? It seems like you haven't been sleeping much. I heard you coming back to camp last night. It was pretty late.
And not at all suspicious.
It will not affect my performance in battle.
She's in a bad mood.
Just grumpy from not getting enough sleep. I do wonder where she slipped off to last night.
Madeline's due to meet up with us soon. She's been spying on Elusia. The plan was for Celestia to bring her from the rendezvous point. Should be here any minute.
Ah, there they are! Hello?
Hello, Lord Nil. Lady Nell.
Oh, here we are
I
at
hope
the
your
equivalent
journey wasn't too arduous.
to
Gregory,
Marnie
you
in the
look
main game.
well. Celestia was just filling me in on all that's occurred. I take it this is our esteemed
So we just
guest.
have Mavier's counterpart left to go after this, and I guess we gradually assemble the 4 winds.
Yes. Madeline, meet the divine dragon from another world.
Incredible. Outward differences aside, it feels as if our leader was brought back to life. What to say? I'm at a loss for words.
I understand how you feel, Madeline. I was moved to tears upon our first meeting. It's all right, just let it out.
Celestia, I am not going to cry. Would you please stop treating me like a child?
Oh, of course. Apologies, dear.
Divine One, pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Madeline of the 4 Winds. I may be the youngest of our group, but I assure you I'm no less capable than the others. And I swear to protect you, come what may.
Thank you, Madeline. I appreciate your help.
Glad to be of service.
You were such a snot-nosed little brat when we first met. But you've grown a lot, kid.
Turns out model leadership can make quite the impact.
I bet Mavier is proud too. Especially
So
since he's the
Mavier
one
is
who
still just
recruited you.
Mavier. They actually keep his name in spite of the other one swapping around, but that's just in his noble mercenary nature, I suppose.
I was never snot-nosed.
Or maybe, of course, they just all changed their names in the other universe when they joined the evil team.
But, of course, I would be delighted to know I've made Mavier proud.
Mavier, is he...
Yes, the other member of the 4 Winds and my second in command. Mavier once served as a knight to Sombron's army.
his superior? Nil, was that one of your siblings?
It was indeed. Though not a sibling we ever met.
So now, I mean, supposedly that's the equivalent to Vale, but
I recall being surprised to learn that father allowed one of his children to retain a knight.
For that very reason, I initially suspected Mavier of being a spy. I thought perhaps Sombron had tasked him with tracking Nil and me down, but my suspicion.
I mean, they'll have to deal with the Vale counterpart.
Mavier earned the Divine
At some
Dragon's
point.
wholehearted trust.
Although with the Fel Xenologue being accessible well before the end of the game, so far as I know, maybe it is skittish about anything that might spoil the main story, so who knows if we will deal with that or if it's just going to be left ambiguous.
I can't wait to introduce you to him, Divine One. It was Mavier who
But you are meant
founded
to
the 4
get into
Winds.
this familiar with the 4 Hounds already, I think, so even though the Fel Xenologue is available much earlier, I think the intention is that you'd only do it much earlier on a second playthrough, perhaps.
I would have considered him the top choice as leader, but that role fell to me for some reason.
I bet it's because you're so old.
Excuse me?
Enough. Madeline, please give us your report.
As of yesterday, Elusia Castle has been almost totally vacated. The Queen and her royal guard are in Hissad Cathedral, performing a ritual of some kind.
A ritual? You don't mean...
They intend
They
to
are
revive
summoning.
Sombron.
Because of course they would be.
I'd consider that a safe guess.
I anticipated this might happen. The Elusian people are quite devoted to our father, after all.
Seems like the implication is that we'll wind up fighting alternate Sombron after all.
We went to great lengths to secure the aid of a divine dragon,
I would not call it logical to resurrect a corpse.
but they lack our ability to summon help from realms beyond. I must say, I'm conflicted at the thought of seeing father again.
Now that I think on it, we have not heard from our mysterious enemies since Lethos. Perhaps this ritual has kept them occupied.
On your guard, everyone.
Illusian cavalry?
No, the writer is... Mavier? Mavier!
Madeline,
Oh, here
you
he
are
is.
unharmed. What a relief.
What a surprise, Mavier.
He's pretty much as I remember
We
him.
were just talking about you.
Good to see you, Lord Nil, Lady Nell.
What are you doing in Elusia? Your orders were to stay in Solm, gathering intelligence.
I intended to,
but the Queen of Solm departed the palace. I was following her and ended up in Elusia.
So the Queen of Solm is here. Why?
Please forgive my grievous failure in not anticipating this, but Queen Tamara has entered Elusia with bracelet in hand and troops by her side. It is, in effect, an invasion.
I see. I wonder if this is related to Elusia's ritual in some way. Perhaps the Solmic army intends to storm the church to prevent the resurrection of Sombron.
I do not know if Elusia has yet moved to defend itself.
A clash of armies will complicate the matter.
Yes, I can lead the way.
Oh, I should probably introduce myself before we head out.
I think they've met.
You are the divine dragon from another world, am I correct?
In the manner of speaking.
Yes, actually.
Sort of interesting that he does preserve his identity, but
I am Mavier, second of the Four Winds. Pleased to meet you.
we'll
Now,
see
shall
exactly
we?
what that entails. I mean, you know, if everybody else's personalities is kind of flipped around, then we may be in for some kind of twist with him as well, but he can't simply
I
be
was kind of expecting another big reaction.
just the same guy. Yeah, that's awfully
The armies
suspicious
are
that
fighting in
he would
front of Facade Cathedral.
act in a way
The
that's so
battle has
familiar.
already begun.
We're too late.
Now, there's a lovely bit of artwork here with Ivy and Tamara slugging it out.
Perhaps this is to our benefit. We would be at a disadvantage against either force alone. Let us get to their leaders and reclaim the bracelets while they are distracted.
Elusia is commanded by Queen Ivy, and Solm by Queen Tamara. They hold the bracelets of the Strategist and of the Doting Sister, respectively.
Strategist and Doting Sister, I believe. Yeah, that would be Soren and Camilla.
Defeating just those two should be achievable.
Are you prepared for this, Divine One?
We just go after the queens and
I am.
we'll see what happens.
With your permission, I will head to the cathedral and attempt to disrupt the ritual.
An excellent idea. Proceed, Mavier.
Very good.
All right, let's go.
Okay, Clash of Queens. Let's see what happens. Now, this is immediately already quite reminiscent of the three-party battle layout in Three Houses, except maybe flipped along the vertical axis. Same idea, though. I think they're going to slug it out with each other, and of course, in this mode, in the Fel Xenologue, there is no incentive to grind out experience for ourselves, so if they want to off each other, they are quite free to do so. In terms of turn order, I don't know who between them is going to go first, and that might matter, but probably not on the first turn, and so we'll have to see what happens with that as well. Notice that the bosses over here do not yet have any movements, nor do their surrounding guards. I assume that will change. That some kind of event trigger will happen and they'll be on a move. Possibly if you defeat one, then the other will come after you, which then raises the question of who we want to take out first. Naturally with Ivy, we likely want to do some kind of shoot down using Lynn and Astra, which if we have Lynn on the anti-corrupted weapon, her level 15 bow, I think we can probably take her out in one hit, even with the stalwart ability on her. Although it's hard to say because, of course, we're dealing with unit stats that are quite different from what I'm used to. In fact, it might even be better to sniper, deal with some other business, reload Astra, come back and sniper again after having taken out the first bar. Possibly, though, they also begin to engage you directly after you have attacked into them, in which case something like an Astra attack would pull that cluster, but we'll have to find it out the hard way. Anyway, unit selection. We've defaulted back to our top 4 for the main game. We will almost certainly change this around, although the previous map we did a bit of an experiment with running Jade and Goldmary instead, since the level scaling should help them, but I think I found that we did struggle a little bit here, and we'll have to make decisions partly based on the weapon set that we're going for. Also, yeah, we have 6 characters, which rather annoyingly, the 5 that are just kind of locked in into this campaign, we can't manipulate or build or itemize until we actually get into the map. And so we need to figure out what their weapon loadout is going to be. We're going to make a couple of changes, though. Last time I found out Nil was too much of a sitting duck, in that, you know, we'd use the Byleth power once, and then until we actually managed to get Nil to sit on Emblem Energy, Nil would be absolutely useless turn after turn until we got Byleth reloaded. So I think we'll switch Byleth back to my avatar.
Byleth, let's go.
The reason we took it off in the first place was Byleth was better on Vale, who was able to recharge by herself in the main campaign, and possibly not here though, although I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess maybe I remember she had something in her weapon set that permitted her to do so. Anyway, oh, it was probably the level 25 skill on the class for the Fellchild, which theoretically you'd get some of these guys to do as well, so, you know, Nil, after a few levels, might eventually be back on Byleth. We'll see. We want Nil on Camilla, because Camilla can drop, what is it? The Dragon Vein practically every turn, so we actually do want her in somebody who isn't going to be attacking. Otherwise we have the situation we had last time, where Nell was kind of locked up on Camilla duty most of the time and didn't actually fight. Which means we'll have somebody else on Nell. I'm thinking, as a placeholder, probably something like Tiki. Just to, first of all, get the Revival Stone, which will probably go to Nil. And furthermore, also just get some additional dragon attack going. We'll consider this. I'm not particularly beholden to it. Celestia will stay on Corrin because having a flyer drop thunder and lock people down will be great. It is limited by the fact that she lacks canter, and that we can't build it on her, so it's not quite the same setup we had with Ivy in the main campaign, but it's reasonably close. I have to remember this time to put the correct 1 or 2 range tome on her. We tried Obscurite last time, importing it from Vale, and only to remember that she is not herself a Fell Dragon, and so could not use it. This time we'll make sure we put a Wind or Fire attack on her. Okay, Madeline is new, and Madeline is a general. I don't even remember what she did as Marnie in the main campaign, but she'll be a general here. She'll be a 4 movement slowpoke because we don't have any boots. And yes, she'll be an axe tank pretty much. I think I normally would put her with Ike, but I think I'm actually going to put her with Hector.
Sir Hector!
And because Hector is pretty tanky and will synergize well with the axe here, as well as the slow speed. Hector's kind of meant to get double attacks if defending with somebody who's slow. So as long as we don't stand her in any magic, I think we should be okay. Gregory and Soren worked out well last time when we had range attack and Cataclysm and the long range sniping with bolting, but I think I might want to go Celica this time, because the Holy Stance, well, it'll do some infinitesimal damage here too. The corrupted enemies, since we've just recently noticed that most of the enemies here are in fact counting as corrupted. And Warp Ragnarok is potentially quite useful. Yeah, you've got anti-corrupted weapon. We were a little short on that for boss kills in previous maps, so I think we do want to take it this time. Because we were definitely kind of hurting for type effectiveness against Diamant in the previous map. Okay, we definitely keep Xenologue with Sigurd as usual. It's way too useful. I haven't been running Veil simply because we've got so many spellcasters and Fell Dragons, and we don't want type vulnerability issues with that. Yeah, instead of going to Jade this time, I think we will keep Louie and Chloe as part of our top team, and we'll put their good old level 20 partnerships back on them.
Ike, I'm ready.
Just because the stat gain is too good to pass up, especially if you're heading into a two-parter.
Let's go.
Last map we had Lyn with Alcris, and that worked wonderfully well. But with the caveat that I only really had enough bond fragments on hand to get Alcris up to level 5 with Lyn, which ran into the issue that she did not have access to the Mulagir bow, which I would need here to snipe Ivy, I think. Anyway, for the final slots, I'm thinking we'll go Spellcaster, probably either Citrin or Pendreo, and I think statistically they're pretty similar here. Citrin was loaded with speed abilities. And she does have S-class tomes, whereas Pendreo I think only goes up to B. Yeah, because either we'd run Citrin with Celica, where she has the level 20 partnership, or we run Pendreo with Micaiah, who at least has the range extension and tons of healing abilities, as well as much higher resilience, which we can use him as a magic tank alongside Gregory, who's in a very similar situation. And yeah, Gregory's got a massive magic attack as well. Nice thing about Pendreo is that we have Alacrity on him, so if he is double attacking into somebody ranged, he can actually snipe them and look to tell tale. I think we'll probably take him after having benched him previously. This is the problem with only having 2 slots for your own custom party, is that you really feel like you're crunched to exclude people who were previously your bread and butter. You have to be quite selective. Anyway, we're already taking way too long with the setup phase, but anyway, let's go with Pendreo and Kaya. Now let's just do weapon setup. Levin Sword was really useful last time with Chrom, even with the terrible magic stat wheel we have here. We also have a Killing Edge that is going to be potentially useful. Also, I realized that we have fists. And we actually do want some fists here, I think. Because the nice thing about fists is that they can inflict a break on various weapon types that otherwise would not be covered. And we were really lacking for that in terms of just not having a viable fist attack. Since we just had Xenologue, and Xenologue was consistently doing 0 damage with that. Not that this is much better, it's only 20 physical attack. I think in large part, you know, it might be good for breaking mages with low defense, but might be tough to get much use out of that as well. And we have some fists on Pendreo as well, but I think we might even trade that out for another spell. Since his strength is so low, I don't think we'll ever use that. We can't really even break anybody with that, I don't think. Yeah, because speed 18, I mean, you know, you get some type coverage out of that, but anyway, recover, fortify, restore. Do we want that, or do we want physic on him? We'll find out. So we got mend and physic on Chloe. We'll probably want a mend on Gregory as well, but yeah, so he only gets up to B rank. But I think it might make sense to get him in L Thunder just in case we need a range. And we should have actually stored this thing in the... Hang on. Yeah, we have to remember to store things in the convoy, because then we have access to it from the convoy ability, which we didn't really do previously. Also, yeah, I took the L Thunder there. We're going to be trading some tomes onto some other characters as well. And we'll be putting on a couple of additional weapons on Xenologue for the explicit purpose of trading on to some other character. We might do that with a couple of the free inventory slots, in fact. Just making sure we can equip the preset party properly. So anyway, unit selection. I think Nell could use a 2-range spear. We don't have a 2-range attack. So we'll ship a spear over somehow. Nil isn't really going to attack anything anywhere, so we'll do things as is. Celestia needs 2 ranged spells. That can actually double, unlike L Thunder. Otherwise her speed 21 goes totally to waste. Madeline, I think, yeah, we'll see what additional axes we can give her. I know we have a hammer. We might want that. Gregory, again, yeah, he's got S-rank tomes. We should load him with stronger spells, since he's kind of a slowpoke anyway. And then Louis and Ike, since we can... Whoops. I'm going to take him off. Since we can actually manipulate his inventory, let's see what we can give him. Lances. Definitely Rider's Bane. Definitely Steel Great Lance. It's kind of too bad that in this mode you have to do this with every map. It's a very laborious process. Likely with Chloe, I think we need a ranged attack on her. We do need spears. Spears are the only thing we've got here, but her speed is still pretty reasonable with that, so we'll just pull it off as somebody we're not using, like Rosato. And I don't know if we want an additional staff on her in case... Yeah, maybe an additional restore in case it comes in handy. Since she does have room for it. Unless we're carrying items onto somebody else. Pandreo is probably okay as is, yeah. As long as we don't run out of heals. But that's okay, that's what using the convoy is for. Like, we need to just basically take a whole bunch of items off. Because let's say we have our unit selection here. Gregory needs a full replacement on everything, I think, other than physic. Give him a short range men, you give him 3 spells of all types. You have to load him up. And yeah, he'll just have to stand next to my avatar for the convoy ability. Celestia will need some things as well. We'll probably... Yeah, we'll use Seedall to load one of the characters and then get the Avatar's convoy to handle the rest, probably. So what do we say we needed? We needed a spear, and we need a whole bunch of... We need a hammer for Madeline and a bunch of spells, so... Let's just go to the inventory and make sure we just unequip things from people, so... Let's just store... And here's Boucheron. Store a bunch of this stuff. Yeah, probably hit most of the high level spells as well. Like, we'll just... Oh, and the... What is it? Killing Edge somewhere here? Yeah, we'll... I don't know who will take the Killing Edge. Somebody will. But we'll just make sure everything is actually accessible. And Armor Slayer, I don't know if we'll take that either. Silver Sword and Silver Axe. We don't have anybody on daggers. We don't really have somebody on bows. Even though we have some, I guess this here. That's the other thing, is that none of the presets use arrows. And we have Lynn's ability on Chloe as somebody who's going to use arrows, but we wanted somebody dedicated. We would want to put Etier on, or Elchrist on. We just don't have a spot for them now. Unless I sub out one of my existing ones. Clan, yeah, Clan's great, but we're not really using him here. We need somebody who's going to pack a little more punch, so we'll just store as much as we can. We had some Bolgadones, didn't we? Yeah, we'll just store some of this stuff in case we need it. I guess we don't have anybody on bows. And yeah, Ivy. We must have had another Bolganone, right? Let's see. Oh, it was on Veil, okay. Whoops. Okay, let's take a look at a convoy just to see. Oh. What we have for tomes. Yeah, we've got a few of each type. We had taken off the hammer. And we need a spear, right? Okay, we have some spears available, and we want probably some additional healing tomes, like, or healing staves. Oh, we just have the one mend. Interesting. That nobody else's mend. So I guess we'll probably put a recover on him then. Let's take a look at this. In a selection, what's his staff rating? A. Is recover an A? Because if it is... Hang on, let's take it. Recovers a B. Okay, that's fine. Let's make sure we have some additional staves like Fortify and so on available then. Yeah, we're not using Hortensia, even though I did build her a little bit just in case. So let's store a bunch of these. And then the only thing left is to figure out who is Cedal passing items onto. So he's passing 3. You can probably trade off to Celestia, and then so we'll just give him one of each spell. Oops. Where's A? There we go. Yeah, because if he's doing 3 items, that might make the most sense. And hopefully we don't really need the speed from the lower level spells. Okay. That looks reasonable. Yeah, she doesn't have recover because she's just on the C staff. I see. Yeah, at least this mode is pretty generous about itemization when it comes to giving you things that push item levels to their limits. So yeah, we'll have to trade some other items onto the other characters then, because these ones are all full up. Yeah, we actually need to take a look at placement here in our first turn. What a long setup phase. Okay, so we'll eventually be sniping her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're actually one tile short of Chloe getting a snipe off on a second move. Possibly Cedal doubles with her, then she needs to stay out of range of this guy, but we have that guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chloe's standing here. Potentially, you can actually get out of range, although she'd have to fight this one here. And that's okay. Like if she's... Yeah, but she won't be in range to take Ivy this turn anyway, so We'll just see what that actually entails. Yeah, with Canter 2, you really do have to watch out for getting zoned out by the Bow Knight. Also, speed 25 on these guys. These are tough. 27 attack is going to not double her, but it'll do, what, 16 damage? It'll do some damage. And if we're roaming around with her, we really should get an elixir on her or something, but... On the other hand, hang on. Let's take a look here. Yeah, mostly physical attack on this map, by the looks of it. A couple of mages. Speed is an issue for a couple of units here. Swordmasters. A lot of bows, bow knights. Yeah. Resilience seems fairly low actually, so for a very magic heavy strategy might be viable here. But anyway, these locations are preset, we can't manipulate them. We probably want to just blitz down these units on the first turn just to clear some space and make sure we get into the mix. Which actually means I should put Pendreo up front. Yeah, Chloe's going to take maybe an extra turn to get into position for a sniper's fine. We're not really in that much of a rush. And she's within range to hit things with spears over here, so... Especially against this, what, defense 2? This Berserker who's got nothing on him. Yes, you'd all want to have... maybe... Actually, move him over here. Hang on. Not quite within range. So he's within range of everybody, so you can potentially hit one, hit the other one. If their magic defense is fairly low and their speed is not terrible. This one's got what? Speed 7, speed 14, speed 18. 1 point off of something good, but basically if we trade a tome onto Celestia, then she might be able to hit. So first turn will involve these 3 in some configuration, and then... Yeah, we don't want Ike back here, because Louis and Ike, before movement, are going to get stuck there forever, so we actually want to move them up and then shuffle them as quickly as we can. So, only thing is, do we actually want Nell with Tiki? I think we didn't really think too hard about that. Might even be better to get her on Crom, although notice that at bond level 1 she doesn't have access to Rally Spectrum. And indeed there's quite a lot of friendly terrain here on this map. And that there's lots of avoidance terrain which would allow her to attack without fear of counters. So maybe actually Crom is a better selection here. Oops. Yeah, Tiki would give you the revival, but... and much better stats, of course, and quite a few attacks. And very high crit. I kind of wonder if we should switch her over to Crom, because then you've got all the dragon abilities, and the Gig 11 sword will actually be somewhat useful. Although it's strength based, so maybe not. Hardly been using the Three Houses Lords, of course. No, we can stay on Tiki. That would be more of a frontliner this time. Roy's not a bad idea either. As somebody who's already kind of on lances. Yeah, we'll keep it as is. I've actually been underusing Marth, if anything. Not quite good with Lodestar Rush, in fact. No, we'll keep things as is. Haven't been using much of Tiki anyway, so. Okay. As usual, the setup phase was meant to be short, and we spent, what, 40 minutes on stream getting to this part when we can finally play, so. Let's save this up and let's go. Let's just go. And let's see how this will flow. Yeah, because we'll be probably adding in additional turns worth of travel with Chloe and Lynn. Unless they get her to hit and then hand her over, for instance, she does have some additional movement points. Except, of course, Dagger is going to hit at 2 range. We need to watch out for that. Speed 23. Okay. Yeah, we just saved, but just as a precaution in case I missed anything. Let's fight.
Elusia and Solm are in the thick of battle.
Some units are marked in yellow. Enemy units, but also foes of the enemies marked in red. They don't seem too intimidating. No, we do need to manage the convoy, though, so...
What do you need?
Yeah, so anybody sitting next to my avatar can convoy. We'll probably take advantage of that. Notice, too, that Nil can drop Dragon Veins, which we'll take care of in a bit. Celestia will want to toss some items.
Go.
Yeah, El Thunder. Like, she can do an El Thunder first, and then we can use adjacency to maybe help out here. Let's take a look at speed. B23, yeah, we'll likely have to prioritize taking out this guy from 3 range if we can.
Whatever you ask.
For instance, I'm going over here. Pretty good hit with a spear, but we'll maybe, since we can't double him, we'll hit first and hit. Now, then the idea is that you would use Seedall to pass her items.
Understood.
Well, Pentreo, I think, can actually do pretty well. He'll definitely take this guy out. He'll get most of the way with this one. In fact, I think the implication here is that maybe you get Pentreo plus Celestia to gang up on this one. And then trade something bigger like a Thoron on her, and then keep going. Yeah, because you can get her to do 2 attacks, perhaps. So Pentreo will take 1. He'll just take that out. Let's mark ranges. Also, yeah, we need to mark the bow. We need to mark the bosses. You should actually look around at staff users in case there's anybody critical that we need to see. Watch out for bows. Then, yeah, Elwind, we'll need to be careful with our flyers, but the bows, I think, do quite a bit more when it comes to the type effectiveness. Actually, it's going to be a 2 message to mark them all. Let's, for clarity, let's just leave someone marked for a moment until we get it a bit closer. Yeah, we'll leave one. We'll leave these marked because they're closest, kind of the inner ring of the archers. It'll give us a good sense of what we are allowed to do and where we can stand. Okay, so everybody else is out of range, so we don't really care about them. Okay, elemental fire. Yeah, this doesn't hit very well. But he'll do some kind of convoy, I think, too. trade.
I'll
In fact,
do
it
my
might
best.
even make sense to go here and then convoy, grab a Thunder, and then grab a Thoron or something, and then attack from there. And then you'll have the 3 range bonus as well. In fact, I like that. Let's go here first. Okay, so let's... Yeah, he's got speed 10 on a bunch of these, but that's okay. We'll live. Let me take... Then look at that, the Thoron's just going to hit cleanly if it hits, which it might not. But we'll try. Very high evasion on that, but worth a try here, just in case we can pick it. Look at that. Very clean. Okay, that gives us plenty of flexibility. Among other things, we know that Pendreo is... Also, yeah, we never really did mark some of the frontliners here. That's okay. Well, there's nobody just to get us. And yeah, I'll win this.
Time to pray.
And yeah, we don't want to get in too close to these guys here, but it makes sense. There you go, Celestia for one attack, and then Greater Weapons, Reactivator, get in for another one. Although if we don't need to reactivate her, we don't have to. So for example, we don't even need to do that because we'll just take the Spear here as Lyn and then bump her back over. And we could do this thing where Xenologue can trade here and then reactivate. And Chloe can fly over a bit more. What's that within range? Okay, that guy. In fact, I like this. It's going to hit very cleanly. Might as well just take it up now. The idea, though, is that we'll be getting Chloe within the Astra range if we can to hit Ivy. Certainly by turn 3 or so. And yeah, we want to feed her speed taker as well, which is why we'll start killing now.
A right and proper end.
Go over like this, and then now Xenologue is able to trade her some items and then move
How
forward.
mysterious.
Yeah, we don't need Yellow Thunder anymore. Yeah, apart from defensively wanting the speed. So, be it for her. And yeah, we'll go dance. Which also lets me get him positioned further up. Yeah, likely we'll do that Astra Snipe and we'll sneak it on the right side to try to snipe off Tamara. And we'll see. I would assume that if you take out one boss, there's going to be a major reinforcement problem with the other one, but let's not assume anything just yet. And yeah, we don't want to be within bow range, obviously, but if we want somebody to fight directly over here, we probably can. But no, she's got to go this way. And we'll wait this one out. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She's off by 1. Should have moved her, perhaps. Louis and Ike just using reposition or something to boost her a few additional spots. That's okay. benefit of hindsight. Yeah, both he and Madeline are going to be a little bit slow, though. I think one of them will tank to the left, one of them will tank to the right. Madeline has the wrinkle of being vulnerable to backup attacks, so with so many backups on the right, I think with the pair-up ability preventing the backup attacks, it definitely will be Louis headed that way, and then probably Madeline to the left. Okay, straight into danger. Although she needs to convoy as well, doesn't she? She needs to grab the hammer, so we'll do that. And yeah, only other thing is we wanted, I think, Nell to grab the spear.
Let us begin.
Which we can do. I wonder if we should engage now just to get Nil the snow. And I think we should save her for when we actually want to get into the thick of an attack. Yeah, we just needed a spear. That's all. Okay, Nil and Camilla. Not that anything here really needs a Dragon Vein right this moment, but I actually should have used Ice with Nil immediately. But if we put Nil over here, then we can maybe get some ice going next turn to load up some of the slower characters. Won't affect flying units, obviously. Yeah, I mean, the frost isn't going to persist past his turn, is it? If it is, then, you know, we're in excellent shape, because we can just do this instead. But we'll see if it persists. Anyway, Celestian Corrin. Obviously, we don't want to get within bow range, but since she has been reloaded, makes me wonder if it's starting to drop Thoron here is the right idea. This universe's counterparts to our long-term allies. Yeah, nobody's going to hit from up here, so we'll just go Thoron and chip it down. If I've read this correctly. I don't think that's where it was covered. I don't believe it will take a hit. Anyway, let's let him fight. Notice yellow goes first, very important improvement. Unless it's only true this turn. Yeah, we pull one bow knight, not a big deal. Slug it out. And deal with the remnants. And not much in the way of heals either. Yeah, they're just going to wreck each other, and then probably at some point that will lead to either reinforcements or the leader activation. Reinforcements it is. I was kind of suspicious that their seconds in command weren't here, be it Hortensia or Fagado. I feel like they must be coming with a later reinforcement wave. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just short. But perhaps if she snipes somebody and then Get Xenologue to reload her further and move up from there. And that will work. Xenologue can go. Where's he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, that'll cover some ground. If she ends up in this location. So for example, she could just hit and move over by 1. Then go for the Astra. Without getting hit by anybody. Possibly she wants to take out this guy though, just because he's out of reach of units further down and canter back 1 spot. And make sure we actually take this down. Anyway. Well, the linchpin of this strategy will be to take this guy out first. Probably have some kind of strategy for dealing with this one. 27 attack speed, 25. We would in many cases get doubled. However, yeah, very low hit rate on the Thoron, so can't depend on that. Do we even have a ranged attack on her? Apparently. Oh yeah, Tomahawk, very low chance. Let's try to raise our chances a bit. Also, magic over here, yeah, but she's gonna take it out, so I don't care. Yeah, speed 25 on this guy is major nuisance, although the attack power is 27, which means now we can probably just block. Indeed. Yeah, if we get her to stand next to the Avatar and go for Tomahawk, that might work best. We just need to work with this guy afterwards. Alright, now let's go then with... Oh yeah, we've got these units over on this side too. We need to deal with them somehow. Nil and Camilla can even maybe smoke them in advance or something, although that might lead to some issues unless we know for sure. Oh, also, yeah, Nil should use Frost. Just boost everybody. And then we can just get everyone into a much more advantageous position. You know what? Let's do it. I'm not even going to think about that one. It's just too good. Okay, so... yeah, so we want Louis and Ike on the right side. We had determined that. That 50% break, 50% though, it's not really too great, but do you want to send him in that general direction to deal with all the backups? Madeline and Hector can... I just melee this down instead. 39%, hit rates are pretty abysmal here. Yeah, if we improve an ally's hit rate, then we're probably in much better shape. That hits really well, reliably. Thoron, if we're standing beside, that's still 4 damage off. Living, like, Yeah, we'll definitely go here. Not auto skill. Let's just go for this.
And so your tale ends.
Then Celestia can help clean up back here. Then, yeah, very low hit rates. You just have to deal with it. I mean, or we, just send someone else to do this job with very high hit rate. Back to Avatar plus Pendrio would be able to do this together. Now, but then you would need to deal with this guy, which we can do. We just need a bit of advanced planning here. Oh, unfortunately, our Corn Freezer is well out of the way. I could, of course, just get the bow off of Chloe as well if you want to engage this turn. We don't necessarily need to rush Chloe over. We can. I rather like her hit rate here if she uses Fellspark. Because that in conjunction with Pendrio might actually do it. But we absolutely need to take this one out somehow afterwards. Because I don't know if it's a one-shot threat necessarily, but it is going to be a threat. Against some of the weaker units, I mean, what are we looking at for defensive numbers? Like, nobody will outright die, but since it's only 27 attack. Actually, Pendrio might outright die, because against him it would be 19 to 19, wouldn't it? So yeah, against the mages, I guess we should be careful. Even Gregory's got a much better defense. Okay, so Pendrio stays out of range, I think, then. I'll just go Nell over here instead. Yeah, the strategy here is predicated on being able to send Chloe and Lynn much further along, as we can do, of course. And then, do we have a ranged attack? I thought we had plugged one in. We do. 11 sword, of course, yeah. Go to 11 sword. And are we able to snipe this one? Maybe in conjunction with somebody else we can do it. It's a problem, so. Yeah, if we're over by an additional slot or something, get it nice and tight. Pretty much still have to pull with a 3-range attack. And yeah, that's great, but let's see what we can do. Need to kill off this guy first. Yeah, these guys will just attack in on this side and they'll be fine. We'll just leave that alone. Yeah, we'll just take it out, I think. But then who do we send up there? We have to determine that without losing. Yeah. It's mostly this top guy that I'm still a little bit concerned about. We don't really have much beyond one hit there, unless we double cloak and have her snipe, and then pull back, and then next turn after that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. Well, in that case. Also, Madeline and Hector can help me take out some of these guys. That would be something actually helpful. Very low hit rate, though. Alright, let's just go like this. Because that's at least fairly guaranteed.
Now that was a party.
Yeah. Gregory can go up to here. Which means that's going to be the maximum extent of what we can do. Also... Okay. Yeah, we'll just remain in this position so we can level up accordingly. Grab some more speed taker.
Simple enough.
Indeed, with enough points in speed taker, yeah, we'll match this guy. Finally. And yeah, we'll probably leave this here. Pretty confident she could go for shoot down now if she wanted. Okay. Oh, notice that if somebody... Let's go to lend support that Seal doesn't manage to get anything really. Yeah, so we need to stand where? Here. Yeah, we'll wait. Then yeah, not quite there, but we'll see how it looks anyway, in case we can do a shoot down. As a miss, of course. Yeah, see it all. We'll grab Chloe. Chloe's got to go do the shoot down, I think. Checking back into safety. You know what? We can do a bit of a damage test here to begin with. I'm not going to commit to this, but
Engage!
I just want to see it. So Mulligar doesn't quite get a full kill on Ivy. Gets close. It's not quite there. Does pick off just about everything else. In which case we should probably continue down here. Yeah, just snipe and come back. Don't even need the bulk of this. Well, that might help. Well, she does Astra now. Maybe I'll pull a bit. Let's see. Yeah, so the lance would also just break it. Let's see who else we have who get there at that speed. I think we just need to shoot it down. Yeah, that'll definitely teach it a lesson. And then we'll canter over. Also, notice this guy here. Not that we're doing this, but show it off. Yeah, let's just go for it now then. I'll just reload it later, and we'll also have access to dropping clusters of doubles. Anyway, this will just feed the speed taker.
I can't retreat now.
Which is exactly what we want to do. Okay. Madeline and Hector. Yeah, everybody else is out of range here. We should actually send her forward just to keep pace with the party. Otherwise, we'll just never get onto the front line. Oh, wasn't there some additional weapon I wanted to trade? Where was no? She's got the spear already, yeah. Madeline's got the hammer. Okay, let's wait that up. Next. Ah, yes. We actually still have an attack available. Okay, not anybody good. Going with a sword? No, wait. That's okay, it'll soften it up. Yeah, we'll just go like this. 1% crit's not going to do anything. 6% crit's probably not going to do anything either. Just reduce the problem. Yeah, because maybe that'll attack Louis and then that will sort itself out. Okay, let's watch this. Anyway, they'll make each other. Notice that red is going first this turn, so there was a bit of a swap between them. Anyway, we'll let them simplify. Quite a lot for them to do. Yeah, as expected. Nobody will hit anything. Do have a low hit rate on our side though, now that Louis' been effectively reset. Lots more.
We have some uninvited guests.
Uninvited guests? Okay.
No matter. My reinforcements will annihilate them.
Oh, I see. She sees me. Yeah. And more. It's a lot of reinforcements. Kind of isn't a bow now. A lot of generals over here. That's okay. We can deal with that. Indeed. Yeah. Not quite there. I wonder though if you put adjacency on her as well. I don't know how. 13 damage given away that Astra divides up your attack power. I don't think it would work. In fact, I believe we would have tried that before. But it does lead to some interesting implications if we try to perform to shoot down now, particularly in conjunction with bolting, maybe. Effective corrupted as well. If we get him to engage. Oh no, he doesn't have bolting because he's with Celica. Okay, my mistake. Should have thought about that. Anyway. We can come down here and fight just fine. There's no magic attack down here or anything, so let's check range. Sword, axe, sword, lance. Yeah, you can just be on melee range here and be perfectly content. Oh, almost perfectly content. He's a little bit short damage. No, we'll attempt it with this great lance. 70% though, it's a bit low, but what we can do is just try to do a guaranteed hit using Ike. Because then you can just take out that cluster. Hopefully. Might be a bit premature. I feel like we don't, strictly speaking, need it yet. Let's do it. That's gonna be a hit. A palpable hit. Okay, so yeah, they can attack and I don't care. And while everybody fights up north, we can either attack or simplify down here. Let's figure that out with time. Now, the thing about Astra is that you can snipe a lot of these painters directly, but it's an expensive squandering of the snipe. If there's any kind of heal up afterwards, which there may be. Not a healing tile, but I'm alright. Yeah, it was a bit of a speed problem that time. Understandable. Let's peel off what we can. Particularly if we can get some thunder going. I think we actually do want to start moving Madeline into the line of fire just so she can attack the next round. Let's see. Where'd she go? Oh yeah, there she is. And then put her on an evasive square and then just wait. Alright. X. Yeah, we need something 2 range on her, just in case. Okay. We can switch to Tomahawk in case of ranged attacks. I think that's probably better. Yeah, strange how this positioning works. So we will wait this one out. Yeah, let's see. Take down the XP quite a ways if you're not careful. We can kind of dip up here and start taking some of these guys out, but better to just let them sort it, I think. Anyway, let's see what else we can do. The thing about Lynn, is that they could potentially snipe something and keep going. Like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Yeah, looks like I was very much the ideal audience for it. Everybody's out of reach to do anything, so. Well, let's see. These two will attack in. This one, probably. Yeah, this guy with a speed 25, he's one to watch out for. And that what it looks like? Oh. Yeah, so if I take that, I can slowly move it over and have a pretty refined experience. And yeah, in fact, we can just do this now, maybe. Yeah, 51%. Well, even if one of them misses, maybe get a crit. I'd prefer not to send her back there, though. Very few alternatives. And, yeah, we'll hopefully be able to do that. Yeah, 15%, and of course he would die in return, so no, that's not happening. Oh, also because of the weapon triangle disadvantage, that's why. It's fairly severe. It was very high avoidance on this guy. Yeah, actually the hit rates are going to be pretty low against somebody so high speed. I think it is better to pull her back and pull her back out. The fact that we see not as much going on with Ivy over there in terms of not being able to kill her in one shot, like that does affect things a little bit. Makes me wonder if I should go for the ads first. Notice that her movement has been unlocked. Tamara's movement has not, but that's probably because I've attacked into the red pieces. So she's going to move over anyway. Let's just snipe her, maybe. Also, we have a lot of flexibility to do stuff like this, except the hit rate is abysmal, as before. Oh yeah, we can just go for something obscure like this. Yeah, the hit rates are just ridiculous. Let's see if I can hit somebody else. Get a bit more bang for a buck. Okay, so this definitely hits. I'm hit by enough. And just pull back 2 slots after that. No, we'll do it at 2 range. And then, yeah, that'll be what she does here. Anyway, taking a little too long to decide for real matters.
You poor thing.
And yeah, I guess this does run over there. 6 to 16, I'll take her down by about 20. That's the only thing, is that could have thought about that. Now in this current position, maybe that doesn't go quite so well. Yeah. Okay, so still pretty low on the hit. Even with the baby helping. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Or no, we'll do it with killer bow. She's lost a little bit of progress here, but and then we just nuke. Well, that was some wounded pride. Apparently, everybody's still in perfect shape so far, so I want to put some defense here just in case, but anyway, let's set up to figure out what to do here on the left. Yeah, we might just have to start pulling them in. Okay. Now, there's a scenario here. Let's take a look once again. Well, I don't know, I can't find anything here, but we can locate it. It's been so long since we built any of these characters this way. Yeah, maybe get him to start baiting some attacks. Yeah, it's not going to get far enough. Anyway, the turns are saying taking surprisingly long to gather. I mean, we don't really have that many moves to manage this turn, really. Let's to see where the existing. Where's that? Alan Hector over there. Where's? Wait, where's my other flyer? Where'd she go? Oh, here she is. Bit hard to see in the trees, which I suppose is the point. Okay, thinking that it's not necessarily safe here. Let's see what that's all about. Okay, so 11 sword, not that good here. A little too much to work with. And yeah, that potentially hits, but the rates here are so low, that's something we always have to keep in mind. Yeah, I kind of need one additional square to see if I make it over the height, but we shall see. It's a massive map in some ways. Conceptually simple, at least so far. But yeah, so for example, we go over here, then we nope, not quite within range. Oh. Right, because she fell back a few slots, so. Now let's see, who have we used already? Let's take a look. Who already activated? Yeah, Seal already activated, so not to get too risky up here. Such a massive series of complications. Let's the thing is, we're not even under threat. It's not like we need a lot of finesse this turn. It's just dealing with all the damage numbers and like being what they are. Okay. Yeah, we can start picking off some of the reinforcements, but I think it would be better to... Oh, you know what? Let me engage this turn regardless, so... Maybe the smart thing here is to drop doubles. Have a pretty specific idea of what to pull in. What the threat will be on a succeeding turn. Yeah, you went. Let's just drop him. We'll be in good shape here. I'll probably just put up some defense. That's gonna be right. Okay, no, we still got more movement. It's a surprising amount. Yeah, that would hit, but we need some support with him. Let's see. Well, we stand here. At least we have a slightly better picture of what we're dealing with. Yeah, it's mostly the avoidance, that wood style, that's causing a few issues here. Well, you know what? We'll just attempt to hit. Oh, also, let's check the other flyer. Rather important. That's okay. So this is impassable, so fly over cemeteries in this game, apparently. Anyway, let's just hit. Hopefully. Not expecting to. Well, we got it. Works for me. And then, if those will cause trouble, we'll just be able to defend it. And then, yeah, 11 sword is actually going to be a good idea, I think. No, I should have actually looked at this beforehand. So we're about to be pelted. Yeah, never just assume that things will work out. And yeah, we'll get in here. Should be fun. Let's make sure nothing dies. On our end, anyway. Yeah, some of the doubles are going to get peeled, but that's okay. She's going to counterattack into that. Shouldn't have any problems. Lots of emblem energy orbs to load as well, which... oh well, see how it goes. Okay, notice that they're trying to go over the flank down here. That's fine. Anyway. We'll just let them do their thing. And I'll be able to hit just fine.
Looks like Queen Ivy is making a move. In that case, so will we.
Okay, so we're gonna get squished. Lots of reinforcements. As expected, this wasn't going to be a simple map. And no named characters here yet, but there's a lot of characters. Yeah, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come over here and we'll snipe. And we'll just deal with the wolf knights with everybody else, but I think this is going to be the time to do it. Oh, we didn't really bring any characters in here that will
You've come to stop the
give me the unique interaction with Ivy.
I'll ensure you find nothing but death here. Now I have you.
Much more in keeping with her friends, perhaps. Rather than being rather goofy Ivy, that we know from our own experience. Let's back here. We can always reload it, of course. And then Hector will just be a little bit short on damage. That's not going to go too well. Yeah, let's just take out as much of this cluster as we can and then prepare to tank the bottom left, and then probably make a move to try to take out Ivy immediately. Which I think we can do. Yeah, without any magic attack and reinforcements, we'll just get right in here. Probably use Ike's power. We'll take care of that last, perhaps. Let's just make sure we've got this cluster dealt with. And movement's a little stuck here, so we need... Where's Nil? Nil is not going to get quite far enough either to drop ice on everybody. So, out of position, perhaps. Everybody's a little out of position, in fact, down here. However, it's over here. I might be able to do a bit of damage up top. Anyway, let's see who's going to do what. Tiki. Yeah, I mean, this guy's got almost no resistance, so, you know, he's a pretty obvious choice for Gregory. Although we do have to go Thrawn on him, unless, of course, we stand my avatar beside him. Where is he? Oh, no, got movement issues here. Yeah, 63%. 78. This good spot to double, actually. Have to use Thoron to attempt to hit. Got a bit more movement available. Maybe. Yeah, Hell Spark will do it. So we missed a 90% shot. Too particular from here. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that's ugly. Very ugly, in fact. Low hit rates all around. We know that Gregory and Xenologue can take care of one. The question is, can we get in range for another? Well, at least if we go this way. Yeah, pretty low rates, but this at least has a chance of killing. Not a very good chance, though. Unfortunately, a couple of issues down here. Let's see. I'm gonna just take advantage of high avoidance over here and now only one of these shots needs to hit for Loving Sword to hit the break, and then we'll Got some decent avoidance in here as well, so probably go for that. We'll run into some potential issues with being attacked.
This is it! I am guided by the emblems.
Yeah, that's potentially within range. But with Seal on the mix, that actually doesn't go nearly far enough. Notice that Seal actually can attack, which is unheard of. Yeah, this guy's got speed 23. He's going to double a lot of characters here. And hopefully the illusory doubles do draw attention. And now the thing about Nil is that taking advantage of the movement here might actually still be good. So I'm able to Pentro even 2 spots over. It's not quite good enough. That's okay, we'll back everything up and see what happens. Yeah, that's not really going to get the job done, but I don't know what the role of this piece is going to be then, what's likeliest to run into here. Now the other thing that we can do is, instead of having Xenologue attack in, have him load up a returning character who's able to hit. Anyway, he is able to do this. 17 plus 13. It'll break, it'll do everything more or less right. He's got speed 20 as well, so he won't get doubled if he is himself attacked. Let's just take it. Amazing to actually watch him fight.
The stars and moon carry on.
Then we actually get to canter a little bit and pull back. Okay. Yeah, maybe this will attack into me and we'll have an advantage. Yeah, no risk. And not much to do down here except get over here and yeah, if you're on a spear, there's about 50% hit.
Emblem, engage!
See how many you can hit. Yeah, 48 is obviously best, but let's take a look at some of the backgrounds here. It's all physical anyway. Yeah, maybe premature to use this, but we'll use it. And we can tap this guy and pull that. Well, maybe that's one that should wait. Okay, so we need to rearrange units in such fashion that it makes sense for Bill to be helping anybody. I'm sure he just unlocks and becomes powerful at some point, but until that time, we babysit. Probably pulling back here. Dragon Vein. Nope. Not quite what we're going for, but we can also just head in and attack directly. Speed 14, though, she's likely to get doubled by 27. 11 and 11. Yeah, she can kind of take it. Not from everybody, though. Yeah, we need to get in position for flyers coming in next turn, so let's get all the way over here. Yeah, we're doing pretty much what we can. It's a bit of a slow approach. Okay, that's fine. Took a little bit of punishment there, but AI is going to prioritize each other. Great, works for me. Interesting that she's running for down below. Yeah, we're trying to take out that whole cluster. Hopefully it actually does go down. So we don't need to worry about hit rate so much. Immunity to chain attacks really kicking in here.
Go forth, my sweet corrupted wyverns. Destroy them.
Not on my watch. Whoa, oh. That's pretty big. I wonder if she tucked herself in that corner. Maybe we should have gotten some bows. Anyway, we'll delete everything. Great. Great shot, actually. Okay, so miasma breath. This is significant to deal with penetrating attack as well, so we need to look at our HP pools, make sure they're above 24 wherever possible. Also, what's this ability? Oops. Applies miasma to terrain within 2 spaces of unit. Yeah, we need to take this out. Luckily, Chloe one-shots them consistently. In fact, yeah, we might need to back out of this, but and of course she would get attacked, I think. It inflicts freeze and silence. Ooh, in 3 and 5. Yeah, we don't want her to get trapped, obviously, but she's able to kind of get within 2 tiles of one of them. And hit. And pull back by 3. She's still going to be within range unless we move her some other way. However, she hits. No, she canters 2 tiles. But this turn, she can probably hit 1 and pull back. I don't think she can hit 2 necessarily, but as long as we don't let these attack at all, I think we're fine. But the problem is that she's also on her last turn of engage. On the other hand, we have Chloe and then Xenologue. Reloading her again. Using Byleth, maybe it's possible for her to. Well, not snipe all 4 because like she doesn't have somewhere to stand to reload here, but she's able to snipe this and then go 1, 2, 3, and then Xenologue is able to reload her from this location. Then we'll be talking. I think this turn will be the Byleth turn, judging by. We're looking here, the problem is Byleth is all the way back here. He's so far out of position. And then we just use Xenologue once against him, and then Xenologue moves. And then Byleth and Xenologue go again. Xenologue reloads Chloe. And then... yeah, because let's say we go Chloe here, pull back 2. It's going to be a little bit rough here. Let's see all taps. Pull back 3, 1, 2, 3. Chloe goes pull back 2. Then can Byleth go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So stance here is going to go Chloe, Elder and Byleth, Xenologue here. Then we have 2 other characters that are going to stand top and bottom. And probably other characters that we kind of move in from the back to get into the attack. If we do this carefully, we'll be able to take care of a lot of this stuff. The problem, too, is that Celestia is way back here, which means that... okay, so, what tile was it? 1, 2. 1, 2. Celestia has to go here. Now, also, immobilizing using Thoron is legitimate. Although she'd have to pull herself out of range afterwards, because I think it's going to be immobilization of here to deal with these, unless we just snipe 1, get out of range of the other ones. Like we get out of these, we snipe this, we're able to pull back. Yeah, we're able to pull back actually. Just try to mob everybody up here. Okay. In that case, maybe we clear this side first. We need Chloe to be able to stand on something next turn. And then we'll try to freeze everybody out from that point. I think doing the Thoron cluster here, freeze 4, is going to be fine, but then you still need to deal with something like the Wolf Knight in the back. One other thing we can do is, of course, nil. Getting as many units as possible to just run. In fact, Chloe, over here, 1, 2. Nope, it's just a little out of reach. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, just a little out of reach for this one. But we're able to do this. Also, what if Pendreo? No. But anyway, first move is going to have to be Chloe and Lynn over here. And then if Celestia's over here, then she gets 6 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's easily within Thoron range too. Freeze out these guys. Possibly even. Wait, she's standing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then she does Torrential Roar and freezes all 5 as long as we take out the Wolf Knight. And she would get hit a little bit here, but the idea is to get everybody out. So we'll just have somebody else stand at the top spot over here. I think we can do it. Okay, in that case, let's try it. Let's try it. We haven't quite mapped it the whole turn, but it's clearly going to have to involve something like this. And if Chloe's going to snipe one and then go up here and snipe one of these wyverns instead, then we gain the wyverns. We're probably fine. Yeah, the group is a little excessively split right now, but at least Louis managed to take that out. Also, if Louis is able to kill this with one shot, that saves potentially a lot of grief. In fact, let's just try it. If he doesn't, then he doesn't, and then he's in big trouble. But actually not that big trouble. He doesn't receive too much damage from this. 85%, let's try it.
I could take on anyone.
Okay, next. Yeah, he's so far out of position. If he gets swamped by mages or something, we're in big trouble. But yeah, we'll have to deal one cluster at a time. Okay, so this is going to be tricky, but we'll do it. Wheel gear. Hit.
Excuse me, save one for me. Good wind.
And having doubles on the field to assist with the damage certainly helps. Move her in this location. Next. Here. Dragon Vein. Yeah, we can. I mean, no reason not to. Let's just map out the rest. Violet here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty clearly what we should be doing. Also, if we engage now, then we pop Instruct. Instruct is only going to hit these two, I think, but that'll be useful anyway.
Lend me your strength.
Yeah, because the rest are just doubles, but maybe the doubles benefit as well for backup attack, I don't know. Where's Xenologue? I hope it calculated this correctly. Yeah, there we go. Pull back. Good. Also, having Dragon Vein available to clear miasma is going to be very critical. Okay. Nil. We'll have to try to do something useful. Maybe something defensive. Also notice that Pandreo would be able to potentially do ranged heals. Not that it's going to happen this turn, but Pandreo can also get the additional 2 tiles of... Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's right. Ice from Nil. Pandreo can come over here and lightning this guy. And that would take care of it and also free up my other units to move in. Yep, that's the way. This is the way. Let's get some frost down here. Might even have, yeah, might even want to move in a little bit closer here just to get within range. Let's the Dragon Vein. Frost down below. Then 89%. Massive overkill here, but that's okay.
May their souls find peace.
Alright, now we've got plenty of flexibility to be taking out these guys who are pretty low in defense. In fact, yeah, I think with Excalibur will take them out, but with a fairly low hit rate. Better hit rate on this guy. Yeah, someone will have to come to this spot. Maybe. Maybe nobody. I think Byleth is actually just going to activate 3. What I'm seeing here. Unless we go Nell and Tiki here. And we use her once to maybe just spawn the Divine Blessing. Yeah, get her into dragon form now. And then she can start fighting. And then Hector would be able to gang up and somebody with her as long as we don't get whacked by this guy. But basically, she gets a pretty big stat bonus here, so. Yeah, maybe engage now, pop in Madeline, because she's the only one available. Unless there's somebody else who can stand there and benefit. Yeah, I don't really see that being the case, so I think we'll just get in here. In fact, we should see what her engage attacks looks like, just so we know what we're dealing with here.
A dream made manifest.
And so yeah, Fog Breath would actually do pretty well. It's a smash attack that does take some damage first, but with 26% hit, which is okay. It would give her plenty of resilience against this attack coming in here. Once we freeze everybody up. So, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll engage. We'll go Divine Blessing, because she's the only one available. We might as well use the turn while we have it.
Yes, now I'm fighting fit.
yeah, with all three having been expended here, Violet can come in here. Reactivate all four.
Let the lesson begin.
Now, potentially. Yeah, unfortunately, Chloe can't quite get it within range for the next Wyvern, but. Because they zone each other out pretty well, in fact. Mostly because they have 5 attack range. However, woods over here seems like can't really be hit. Wonder why. Oh no, that's just a quirk of the. It totally does get hit. It's just a quirk of the terrain that you can't quite see. That's within the range marker. It's definitely not immune. Anyway, Celestian Corrin needs to do engage.
I feel my courage growing.
I like Torrential Roar here. In fact, it takes out the mage completely, which is great. Sort of wish it did slightly more than that. We're just a little bit off, but it is going to freeze all 5, which is the important thing that we're going for here.
We won't give up.
Actually, I should have considered using Seedall and Byleth so we could got an extra instruct here, but no, this is going to be fine. Yeah, this guy won't hit anybody, these won't hit anybody. We should maybe take out the dagger, but the priority will be to remove these 2 from the board, which we can do. Now we know we can do it. No Excalibur against 1. 71%, we'll prioritize this one. And hopefully it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, that's fine. We've got plenty of attacks remaining. We know Chloe's going to be able to take one out. With Seedall in tow, she's maybe even willing to take 2. Now, this one's going to be the harder one to hit, so let's see here. Let's take a little bit of return damage, but she does have a crit. 9 damage, better than taking the tail smash. Yeah, no, we'll do this one. That looks better. And indeed, if she's here, there's going to be very little hit chance. Anyway, returning towards her. 15% hit. Yeah, if we're prioritizing damage mitigation, this seems to be the way to do it. Eternal Claw might just straight up crit.
I'm not alone
great.
anymore.
So we'll basically burn 1 turn though, because Chloe will need to sit on top of one of these next turn and then be reactivated. And we'll need to kill as much as possible while these guys try to mob me. But we should be able to clear all of this pretty quickly. Again, if I'm able to get one of these, that would be great, but we're just not really able to, so. Yeah, we can basically take out 2, Madeline and Hector. Might as well just take this guy, since you can.
A result to be proud of.
Ground and water. Oh yes, from the torrential roar, of course. So yeah, these guys can't hit anybody. Great. And we'll prioritize one of them and take them out. Probably the Wolf Knight, to be honest. But yeah, because that looks like it's going to be the biggest pain to deal with. Yeah, the other ones we can do without too much trouble. So looks like it'll be Chloe, and then we go back 2 spots, and then Xenologue gets up there, reloads her, we take this guy out. In fact, is Xenologue able to just take this out himself? No, he's not. He's not really an attacker. Now, these are only the only 2 units remaining, so it looks like we will be doing it this way. And yeah, that's going to hit, so we'll take it.
I'll begin. Next one, do you mind? I can't retreat now.
Okay, no problems. Xenologue will go here. Lead ants. And back in the woods. Okay, we've got the doubles here, so the only thing is that we have Nil a little bit exposed down here. He would die instantly to one of the penetrating attacks because he just doesn't have the HP pool. We do have Louis all the way over here, who looks a bit exposed as well. So, Nil, of course, we do need to protect because of the mission objective. I'm sure we'll be able to do it. Yeah, it's going to be essential for Chloe to land back on top of one of these spots after one snipe, perhaps next turn. Well, no, she'll need to do some kind of lance attack and then land on that. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Excuse me, do you mind? A good wind.
Yeah, miasma domain is not going to do anything on top of the mountains, so we won't worry about that. Might be starting to close in a bit, but as long as we can get Chloe's bow up and running again, we're going to be fine. Kind of wonder what Tamara's going to summon. Maybe wolf monsters. Whoa, we got a lot more stuff coming. A lot more joining the battle. Positionally is a little bit awkward, but the thing about Celestian Corn is that she would be able to freeze 2 units. The issue with that is that she would potentially be herself frozen if you're not able to do anything that turn. But if she's able to freeze one, for instance, she can actually block off a whole cluster. And then at least that would mitigate whatever's coming up from up top. These guys are going to be a pain. We've got to start taking some of this out. And unfortunately, Lynn is once again slightly out of position, but no, that's fine because we have to go here anyway. We have to be in this location. We need to reload her with Xenologue, then we hit. We hit something. Probably this one, and we pull back out. And then ideally, yeah, we hit Ivy. Miasma Breath is 3 to 5. Inflicts freeze and silence. We'll have to have some kind of ranged restore, which we can do. Celestia can come here. Yeah, she's a little out of range to hit what we want anyway with Thoron. Because ideally, she actually... in fact, you know what? Excalibur actually just kills. The caveat being that she'll take a fair bit of damage in return. And she'll be a bit exposed. But she just needs to attack in order to freeze the adjacent enemies, which is fine as long as we heal her up and evacuate her from there. Because if she attacks in, she should be able to knock down the whole cluster. Obviously, if she's able to tap Ivy with Thoron or something, then she's going to take her down. But yeah, Ivy's bolting is a bit of a problem. We'll have to see. Yeah, Lynn needs to be reloaded, so she's not going to be useful for her first attack. These guys... I think we just need to retreat out of these ones. Potentially. Or just have someone who can take physical attack, magic attack. Only one magic attacker here. If we take out the cavalry, then I think Madeline's actually able to suffer through everything. Now, what does Madeline take against the magic attacker? 29 by 2. 29, that's going to be 20 and 20. She'll actually live. Everybody else... Yeah, no, she's fine, actually. Madeline can just stand here and take it. Maybe even switch to hammer against one of these. I don't know. We'll see. But we just put Madeline here. We'll go Silver Axe so she actually has... Oh, you know what? But then what's her engage power? Storm's Eye. Immunity to break. Counters before foe's first attack and follows up. Yeah, we can actually just stand her right here and go Storm's Eye. And just run everybody else out. Tiki might be able to do something too. And of course, Gregory and Celica, like, if we're able to hit from Thoron range, maybe it can happen. So, for example, if we hit from Thoron range and then just block. Yeah, it's too bad I don't have Canter on any of these guys. Also, we can run up here and probably just go instruct. Catch as many as we can. Catch all 5, in fact. That would be even better. I'll just go instruct all. I like that. Yeah, that's going to be first move. Andreo. We want to keep Andreo in reserve in case we need to do a ranged heal. Or some other rescue maneuver like that. Nil's not going to do anything other than drop ice, so we can do that. Yeah, he's really not going to get anything else done. But let's save it in case there's some kind of miracle play that we need him for. Celestian Corin. Like I was saying, if they manage to get in here, go Excalibur. We'll freeze everybody else, but then we need to get her out of there. Or at least take out one additional unit. She can also go down here. Hit But then everybody else is kind of within range. Best case scenario with her is to hit Ivy, but I don't think we can do that unless we get some kind of repositioning in, which we don't really have the means to do. Unless we go Seedall, like let her hit one, Seedall reloads her, and she gets here, hits another, specifically hits Ivy with Thoron. Freezes 4. 1, 2, 3. Then the Miasma Ball attack. I'm gonna hit her from there. But not if we also take this out using Chloe. Right? And then everybody else is going to be out of range. Well, we might be within range of this guy, but we'll just need to deal with it. Except Chloe also won't get the kill, will she? Okay. Anyway, Chloe needs to stand here. That's the important thing. And then she can even do a long range snipe with Astra, so that's actually not even too much of an issue. Yeah, so... Yeah, no, but the thing is that Seedall is only usable with one of them, and we have to use it either as Celestia or with Chloe, not both. So we can't quite get the job done. But basically, if Celestia is able to hit this, then we freeze 3. If she... Thoron, that's not a great idea. We want her to outright kill something. Go Excalibur, she's within range of everybody, which is a bad idea, but maybe we can pull her out. This is a bad idea because like she'll just get mobbed on all sides. There's no reason to attack from this angle if she's doing that. Like we want her to. We attack from this angle. Yeah, take out one. Reload her. Get in here. Freeze everybody. Then we need to do some kind of group heal. Also, yeah, no, bolting is still an issue, but it's only 32 attack into her against 24. That's not too bad in terms of any kind of damage that she would take from Ivy. Although Cataclysm is an issue. Cataclysm is an issue. Attacking with the tome. Yeah. We need to not get within range of Ivy, actually. No, we can't hit her with the Thoron unless we pull back out, because Cataclysm will be within range. I think it's 3 range on it. I seem to recall. So we actually can't do that. We need to... Now, the nice thing, though, about going with Thoron is that yeah, it'll freeze all of these in place. And she's not really within range too. Reload her from there. Like, she need to hit this way. Nice thing about Thoron is that there's no counterattack on it. I think it's better to get the kill. So anyway, we don't need to worry about these guys, but... Also, there's a bolt axe here. Also, there is Warp Ragnarok in Celica. In that, yeah, I mean, he can't warp here. He'll be totally stuck and he can't get out, but... if only. Just watch this. I mean, he's not going to do this, because he'll get stuck.
Emblem, engage.
And be left to die. But if we were to do Warp Ragnarok, it would not do enough damage anyway, so never mind. Anyway, we should actually peel the Great Knight. Then probably defend from that point. Yeah, Thoron would kill it. We need Thoron from down here and just defend using Madeline. Just to make sure nobody can get in there. Can obstruct that somehow. Nothing here hits at range, but everything here is pretty good defensively, so we'll hold the line. Bo and Lin, if we down here reload them, yeah. We just need to figure out the right positioning for this. This is not going to be too tricky. We also hadn't considered using Micaiah's attacks, but then that's because they're out of range. Yeah, so Celestia taps. Maybe we just need to stay out of range of all these guys here, but no, that's going to be tall order. And Celestia just has to get in here and kill. At the very least, yeah, she needs to do this. And then we get her out using Seedall. And Seedall pulls out. It's going to hit hard, but she'll guarantee to kill. And if she can get Thoron done after that, then she's fine. Because then she just freezes the other one. Yeah, seems a little redundant to do it this way, but it's the only way that she'll be in a position where Seedall can get back in the mix. And Dreo, does he have Physic? He doesn't have Physic. But that's okay, he can still use Micaiah's power. Get some additional range squeeze out of him. Can't really go too short in everything here, so... Alright, I think we'll do it this way. The other thing too is that Excalibur by itself will also be enough to freeze this one. Won't be enough to freeze Ivy, but probably doesn't need to be. As long as we don't have two of these attacking at the same spot, which... if you're able to kill two, you should kill two. Like if I'm here, and if I freeze Ivy, I'll be out of her range. Freeze this guy. I'll have to deal one physical attack, one penetrating attack. Physical attack, because the speed is going to be too slow. But basically you'll be dealing with 36 incoming damage. It's 19. So the thing is, you have 17 health remaining if you are attacked directly by one of these guys. You do just barely. Just barely. Wow. It's a tight margin. And the thing is, if she goes for 2 kills, like, she'll actually be damaged again, so... So we might not be able to do it this way. We have to tap the second one with Thoron and... have to evacuate her out of here somehow. Or maybe just drag everybody up, like not engage with this turn and stall for one more turn if we can. Or hit and evacuate, which is also a possibility. Like hit one and just evacuate out of there and get way out of range. I think that might be the only way to do it. Anyway, the first move will have to be this. It must absolutely be this. The other thing that we can do is... nope, not with that Dragon Vein. We don't. Let's just kill it. It has to be first.
Guess I did it right.
Okay. This gets frozen. All of a sudden, if we reload with Xenologue, we still have some attack range issues, I think. Because Ivy will not have been frozen. But if this guy's frozen, yeah, we'll deal with Pendro, obviously. But then Lynn, where is she? Yeah. So let's say we get Xenologue here to reload, then we go pull back by 3. It is vulnerable to bolting, and also to 1 attacker. That'd be a 27 penetrating and a 32 magic. How bad is that? That would kill. We can't do that. So we need to freeze this further. Now this guy, his range goes up to this. Well, let's think about this. Maybe this doesn't quite work. So we pull her out. Now, what if we don't pull her out? What do we use? Maybe to hit. No, she'd still hit. 32 or 40 attack from Thoron. 40 attack from Thoron. Ah, okay, no. It is from... Yeah, no, it's only from bolting. Bolting... As long as we stand Xenologue in the woods or something, then... 3 movement points, so I don't think you can quite pull back into that. We should have... Yeah, we should have stood her here, because then we could have retreated into the woods. Let's think about this. This is going to be a long map. I can tell we're... I mean, we spent way too long in the early turns, but we're only through the first half of it here, and we've got a lot more to go. Because I'm thinking, yeah, no. We are a few turns away from Violet's next cooldown. That's something I was hoping to count on. Yeah, we go Xenologue over here, then he pulls back. What if we... Yeah, all these guys are flying. That's a problem because, unfortunately, doing something like dropping hazardous terrain won't actually affect their movement. But doing a defensive buff by standing somewhere where you're able to do so might be useful. Because if Xenologue is in that kind of location and then you create stone pillars, for instance, then Xenologue is able to retreat into that spot. I don't know if this obstructs movement though. We need to kind of retreat him in advance and then pull him back. Yeah, too bad we don't have any kind of rescues or something. But basically, Xenologue can go back 3. And then he can put on something defensive. And then, yeah, we just pull out of range entirely. And he can take 2 attacks, assuming... Well, penetrating attack won't be mitigated, but... If we have... Can anyone do a chain guard on him? I don't think so. Yeah, heal. Pull back 3. Get some kind of additional movement, like some kind of swap on him or something. Or... Frost. Nope, he's out of range. Just barely out of range. Because Frost actually would have done it, because I think the Frost movement bonus does in fact affect the retreat. But we're basically short by 1 movement point then. Well, we'll have to hope that the defensive buff from pillars is enough, because we need how many points of wiggle room here? We got 19 and 15. 15 res. We'll be facing off against bolting, which would do 17 damage. 17 damage and 27 damage. That's going to be 44. He's short by 7. That's not going to cut it. Unless we find some other way to buff him up. Or she just goes for the freeze. She does. Yeah, fortunately she's kind of within range of everybody. Still. The only way to not be within range of everybody... Let's see. 32 attack. 24 res. Should take 8. So, 36 attack, 19, that'd be 17. So, if you go here, tap this, and you shut down movement on these ones here. Key is to be out of range of this guy. The only spot to do that is here. just need to pull way back with her. We just can't fight this at all. And we really do have a problem here. Okay, see all reloads here. Pulls back 1, 2, 3. There's some kind of protection I can get for him. Let's see here. Or it would just heal her. Leave her in place. No, she's just going to absolutely get mobbed. I think we have to do it. However, if we engage with Sigurd, maybe that gives you enough counter movement. No, I don't think it will. But let's take a look at this. Move +5. Yeah, I don't think that affects the counter. We shouldn't assume that though. Maybe that does work. I don't see why it would though. That's the only thing I can think of. Also, he's got immunity to freeze, which is good, but yeah, if Cantor gives me additional movement to get out of here, then that would be the way to do it. I'm not convinced it does. In fact, I don't think it does. It doesn't. Okay, so. But if we have some kind of damage mitigation from adjacency. Oh no, you've already moved. Okay. Alright, so we should actually maybe even cancel out of this because the engage power got me absolutely nothing. Except res 5. Which, oh, we should have switched items here. Hang on. That was a mistake. Yeah, no. This was how you win this. You switch swords. Okay, so if I die to the attack, I'm going to do the same move with the sword switch. We'll see if we can muddle through this, but that would actually be the move. In fact, you could still do it if you just trade with him and remove all the other items. No, you can't remove these because these are engaged weapons. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wish I had foresight to do that. You just switch items over to the correct weapon. Switch to Tearfang, which requires you to engage, and then you can do it. Anyway, we're still going to put up the defense. Maybe if that raises avoidance somehow. I mean, if you're putting up pillars, I think it should. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's gonna 5. Yeah, we'll catch him here. Just to get within some kind of support cluster. Dragon Vein. Stone. Yeah, it gives you +3. It's not going to be enough.
I'll be fine.
But the idea is that, interestingly enough, Thoron, yeah, you take some damage in return and the hit rate's not great, but if you were to freeze over Thoron, though, Yeah, the problem is that you're still within range of both attackers. That was always the issue. And if you only freeze in this location, then you're still within range of 2 attackers. You've got... and 3, in fact. You've got bolting coming at range 4. 32 attack. It's going to do 8, right? Let's take a look at this. It does 8. Fairly low hit rate, at least. Then you have to deal with the 36 physical, which is the big problem. 17 to her. And you have to deal with the miasma breath, which would hit, of course. 28, 17. That by itself does enough damage. So yeah, you really can't do it this way. However, it's possible to freeze as much as possible up here with the next attack. So yeah, anyway, we're going to pull her out, so everything else is academic. And Chloe's going to have to pull back here for sure. Yeah, we can freeze most of these, in fact. And then get Pendreo to do a ranged heal, or even do... In fact, Chloe can do a ranged heal if we have Physic up to a certain range. Only 15 damage healed, though. Not great, but Pendreo is also able to get up to this location, so she is doing the lightning attack up to here. Then you can still heal. In which case, we need to start sorting out the rest of the moves. Yeah, just go Eternal Claw instead, perhaps.
I'm getting sleepy.
And 44 with the Thoron. Let's see if we can do any better than that. Not really, so I might as well stand back and go Thoron. And if it misses, we'll deal with it.
I know it's too
The thing is, it looks like this is continuing to spam reinforcements every turn, which is an issue. However, if we just hit with a spear, and just go Thoron to freeze the other 3. And then that settles these guys. The only issue being that Chloe will not reload on schedule, which is a problem. So she can pull back. We really need her back in that bow. Who can she hit then? No, she can still hit this. And win it. And pull back. I like it, in fact. Alright, we'll just
And they lived happily ever after.
defer yet another turn. And then freeze the whole cluster up top. Which she'll be able to do. Yeah, she'll take some infinitesimal damage over there, but we'll freeze the whole cluster. she'll be pretty low in health, but I guess we'll actually save the heal for next turn. Yeah, because she'll be able to counter into this. We'll do just fine. In that case, Pandora is fine. Like, the main issue right now is if Xenologue goes down, but... Is Madeline able to do something here? Not really, because both attacks would be at fairly long range. So yeah, switching to turfing is the solution if we are able to do it. And hopefully one of the attacks will just miss. We'll see. We might as well just do a standard heal this turn. Yeah, don't really need to spend a whole recover on this, but I suppose it's useful. And Madeline can come up here to prepare for the next attack. Doing Ike. Yeah, the bolt axe is here. We need to run away from that. We can't fight that. We're getting out of here. However, yeah, the problem is that she's got huge movement, which means that she could very well just catch up to me by chasing me down, which is actually a big problem now, because I can't run out fast enough. I doubt I can solo her. We have an elixir in hand? Yes, we do. We'll just need to hold position here, I think, and then just let these guys hit initially. They won't do a single dent. And they're both melee range, which means we can just go Great Lance probably. Let's do a quick damage check. Actually, we'll stay on hammer. They're both armored. We'll stay on hammer. Still got 2 turns unengaged. The problem is if Tamara does in fact catch up to me there, we are going to be in a bit of trouble. And we just retreat into the woods, and actually against a magic attacker that's not going to help. Okay, a little bit short in damage there, but 22. Okay, so this is the issue. We're going to live by... Oh, okay. That was actually going to be short by 1 damage. So my calculation was in fact correct. Short by 1 damage. We just about made it. Okay, so that's an issue. He can't take all of that by himself. He's way out of position. And the thing is, because we overcommitted to having him over there, we've got a big problem, which is that... Yeah, I'm way overcommitted to this. And we have 2 magic attackers coming in as well, which... Yeah... We've got no support for him over here, so we shouldn't have split the party. I assume that we would be able to take it, but... the magic attacks are going to be a huge issue. And the fact that he's going to 100% take these because he has no avoidance. Yeah, we actually are in a bit of trouble here. Because I have no way of getting out of here. And we have to reverse really far if this doesn't work. Because he's been here for several turns, right? So, like, I shouldn't have attacked up here in the first place. We should have nuked this cluster and just pulled way back. And so we might actually be going several turns back if this position doesn't work out, as it looks like it might not. However, you are allowed to lose units in this mode. We just have been choosing not to. Because that's just how we play around here, foolishly. And yeah, let's rethink this. Rethink. Okay, so this cluster. We can freeze this cluster once again. We then have to deal with all this stuff coming in, which does not look fun. Also, Celestia is not even in a position to deal with it right now, but we might even be able to take her out this turn with somebody else. Let's see who is within range. Not quite. Elthunder's going to fall a little bit short. 11 sword, let's go. Sword of the Creator actually works. It'll work very well, in fact. And you can just take her down completely this turn. The issue is this whole mess after that, but which is a very big mess. And you do a bolting attack, like here. Then you freeze everything here. Freeze all of these guys. The problem is that you still have 2 miasma attacks coming in at that point. But then you want to do it 2 attacks as Chloe, right? Like you. Let's see how much damage she does. 20. Not very good. But against this, 32. Still not great. However, if you have one additional... You know what? Let's see if we can engage over here and did Dark Inferno.
Please, lend me your strength.
How much does that do? Probably not much because this guy's useless. You go Bolt Axe against... Yeah, that does nothing. There's no power whatsoever. We're probably going to have to use the Micaiah heal this turn.
Is it going to hurt?
And that's okay. He's out of range. No, he's not, because we're going to put ice on everybody. Also, what's the range on this guy? He's coming in the back. Okay, he's not going to hit. Who's hitting this location then? Oh, okay, yeah, no. That's fine. We're going to put ice on everybody. Where's my ice? Okay, we're going to ice them all up. He's only taking damage from Ivy in this location. We're going to take her down this turn. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to make her army pull back. I think that's still going to mob me from the side. And we're likely going to lose Louis over here anyway. I don't know if we'll just play through it. I mean, we're allowed to play through death in this mode, and that's how it's balanced. Maybe we should do that just to account for the fact that he's up a creek over here. Now, if he's only taking 2 attacks over here, the physical attack we don't care about. The bolt attacks we very much care about, because he's going to get doubled, isn't he? 11-11. That's just surprisingly little damage considering he's about to get doubled, but that's because he's currently got the engage power on. Yeah, it doesn't help that he's so slow in this map. Well, I think we might have to do something unprecedented in this game and actually let him die. Since he gets reset anyway. We might just have to accept it. Because it's a long, long reset if we don't. Like, how long exactly? Let's take a look. It's like we're going back probably an hour on the stream at least. To not get him to overcommit. Let's see, what was the move? Yeah, we had all this movement over here. Where was Louis all this time? He was all the way on that side already. Yeah, because basically we took out the invading troops. Oh yeah, here he is. Louis attacks upwards. So this is where the trouble starts to begin, right? Because that's when he can't get out. So that was turn 5. We're currently on turn 7. Yeah, so we basically have to go 2 turns back, and these are 2 big turns, so. But basically, if he goes down, we'll consider going back to turn 5. That's a big, big reset. Probably the biggest one that we would have done in this game. Alright, so we got all these guys iced up, which means we are in business because we can actually hit stuff. And hit it very well. Because we can get within bolting range where she can't counterattack. Unfortunately, that's only 60%, 65%. It's not much better. However, that's because we haven't engaged with Celica. If we engage with Celica, and suddenly...
May not be your first choice, but...
And suddenly... we don't do much better. Okay. However, what if we go Echo, because that actually does plenty of damage. That does 22 and 22. That's still 1 point off. We basically need to instruct on him. And regardless, we would need to freeze all of this stuff. If we freeze this guy, this one with my Miasma Breath still comes in. This guy still comes in and hits me. These 3 come in and hit me. We're in a big mess. But Andreo is able to come here. He's got some damage with Elwind or Elthunder. Ooh, he's got a good Elwind. A very good Elwind, in fact. He'll be able to take that out, in fact, if we put the adjacency bonus on him. The problem is that he will be unavailable to heal if that's the case. Now, if we want to freeze this whole cluster, who do we freeze? We freeze this guy. We've got options now. We've got plenty of options. Seven Sword, Sorted Creator. Sorted Creator will take her down. And then, do we have a way to knock her down directly? Not really. My god, there's so much stuff. That would do 20. It's not quite enough if she's going to be back up and running. However, if we go Chloe, tap, go back 1. In fact, she can do the first attack. It'll kill. She goes back 1. We reload over Seal, that allows you to do a snipe using the bow. and possibly using Astra. I like this play enough that it feels like it has to be the play. Now, it does mean that we won't have other 2 range attackers coming into her right here, but I think that's okay because we'll be able to use them for other means. Lacking a bit of punch here, but I think we're going to be okay. Alright. Let's see if we can make this turn happen. We haven't mapped this out properly, but I'm kind of expecting we'll be imperfect. So we'll take the spear. It's going to hit. Hopefully twice.
A right and proper end.
It's going to bring back the crystal. We take her back 1 spot. Wait. This reloads. Use see it all. Pick her up again. And then hit a second time. See it all is going to go where to get out of range. These guys do 27, speed 25. Let's see. Where is he? Where is he? Where'd he go? Oh yeah, he's right here. Okay. Oh, and he's got Sigurd. So yeah, we need to first of all remember
Let the show begin.
to actually put on Tyrfing. Because that protects me significantly, at least against magic attack, which this is not. But then we would be able to get into the woods or something. Like dance. And we don't want to block this position because we might need somebody there, but if we get into the woods, then we potentially have some pretty decent avoidance there, and several of these units can't actually hit. This one can. 27, speed 25. Yeah, he'd probably die. Why is his defense at 0? Oh, because he's under miasma. Okay, yeah. So if we went here, he'd actually be okay. But he would still get doubled, so we would need to probably heal him up. That's okay, Pandora is available for that. But let's say we go... Let's see, where do these guys hit? They don't go far enough, good. Tense. Pull back. Wait. Alright, now, let's see. Who can we hit? Mulligair is a little bit off. We'll hit this, it'll way overkill, and that's okay. If we have standing here, purely for adjacency purposes, I'm going to do a big instruct. Actually, instruct by itself is going to do it, because it gives everybody the extra 3 damage that they need, so we're just off by a little bit on either one. Then it's like, how much is he off? Skeletor over here. Yeah, just a little bit in every case. And unfortunately, we're still a few turns away from Instruct. Not getting back into play. Yeah, best play over here, I think, is just to stand here. Stand here, rather. Have 2 attacks come in. And probably do Instruct as well, just to add an extra measure. No, not with you. It's you. Then you go Instruct. Then you come down. Then you hit. This would kill. You'd have a 54% coming back. That would not be great, but What would you do against the other one? Let's see. Not much. What would you do? Using Celica. Let's see here. Not enough. Close, but not quite. Like, if you did Nova against her, if you stood in this position, did Nova, then what is this? Go Echo, Seraphim. No, Echo, Excalibur. Excalibur 21 and 21. However, if you have adjacency, you do 25, 25. It's just that you don't have good range here at all. A little bit ugly. Yeah, you absolutely need to bow against her. That's okay. So move here, over here. You need to freeze everybody anyway, so that's fine. Are you actually within range to do that though? Let's see. Celestia comes down here. Thoron down here. Then you have to heal her up. This is not going to work. Because these guys come in and they mob her. Yeah, this turn is looking pretty disastrous. But you heal her up completely. Which you can't do if Pindaro is already occupied, but yikes. 27, 27. Speed's pretty low too, so if she goes Thoron, she's just going to die. Complicated. If, however, she freezes these four, we get away without freezing at all. Let's see about that. We might need to go back multiple turns because, like, we are in a bit of a corner here. I didn't expect this many spawns. This is a lot of spawns. I guess we shouldn't have split our attention, because we could really use that additional point from Louis right now. We kind of had to activate a few abilities a little too early. Okay, let's say we stand here. We go instruct. Or let's say we go or we just pull back again. Because what we can do with Chloe and Lynn is we can actually go Astra from a distance, which, for example, you stand here. Then you go engage.
It's just like my
we just pull away back one more time. Astra Storm. Then if you're standing here, this does not kill because she doesn't get the benefit of the bonus. But then if you're able to tap with Thoron after that, that would get the kill, right? Like if you go at 3 range over here, attacking to that. The problem is that it's like 57%. That's not going to hit. But if she goes engaged this turn, she's able to drop some decoys, and then you can stall for an initial turn. The problem is that we can't keep stalling every turn because we just get mobbed by reinforcements from above. You really do have to freeze this stuff. Probably this stuff as well. Yeah, you really can't just stand here. Because I mean, you can technically maybe freeze all the swords over here, but then you'd have nobody to freeze this location. We're just very limited right now. However, who's got the target reassignment ability? Who does that? Oh, I think it was Soren. We don't have him. We don't have him. That would have solved a lot of problems. But we took him off, so. Okay, no, she's just got a snipe. That's pretty much all there is to it. Let's and if she's in this location, maybe then. Yeah, no, the hit rate's still pretty vicious for that guy. And of course, it will also drop miasma on her, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we're in a bad position. Let's consider this further. We might just back way up. Like, if we start taking heavy losses, I think we just back way up and get back to the Louis movement 2 turns ago. Because this is not working. Let's just run with it. It's not going to work. But who knows? Maybe there's some kind of event that happens if you take out a leader.
Mercy! It's tea time! Cruel.
I think we just spent way too long
Monster!
taking her out.
What have you done?
That's what we've done. Also, yeah, we can pull her back a little bit, but it probably doesn't achieve very much. Then we come down here. That's not quite getting far enough with a Thoron. Pendreo can do this, but of course that's at the expense of builds of any sort. You know, we might just try to take losses and play through this. Because it's very clear we're going to lose like at least 2 units. We're going to lose Louis, and we're probably going to lose... oh, we're not allowed to lose Nil. We're not allowed to lose her. No, she's not the one we're using. Zestiria is the one that we're using for the Koran freeze, so... Yeah, we might actually just have to soak it. And compromise on a bit of our principles here. Okay, 46% return damage. We'll hopefully just survive this now. Because otherwise I think... Yeah, we'll take so many hits here. This is not going to work. But if we're taking tons of casualties, yeah, there's no point in playing through it. It's just too much of a handicap going into the second half. Let's see. I'll win here. Yeah, no, we'll just take it out this way. Okay, too many mistakes along the way. That's going to miss, but we shouldn't count on that for the physical attackers coming in. This is going to be a bit of a disaster. And yeah, we actually took it out before we... Well, let's take a look. Mysteria and Korin, we don't have anybody to heal them, do we? Anyone on heals? It's not like I have Physic. That only heals for 22. That's not going to be enough. We just cluster everybody down there. Also, no, we've already used a stone, so we can't just pop it on Celestia, although that would of course been useful if we hadn't just frivolously spent it earlier. Put a revival stone on her and just get it back up, because she's clearly going to die if you do that. But then everybody else is going to die if you leave this cluster up and running, so looks like we may be in for a sacrifice play. Unless we find some way to guard her. We got a Seraphim Tome over here. That won't do much. Tiki. Let's see what she's gonna do. Yeah, I mean everybody's coming in that way. We've just got to do it. She's gonna die, but we'll see what the situation is and decide whether we want to go backwards by about an hour. I do like the level of challenge in the series of maps, but no, she's within range of the other dragon as well. Yeah, there's no way she survives this turn. She's just dead. Basically, we're just doing mitigation at this point, and not much of it. Dropping doubles as Lyn might even have been the right idea this turn. Let's get back down, or take Madeline up here. Yeah, we can experiment a little bit. Let's no magic attacking in red. This guy's a magic attacker. 29, that's annoying. Maybe just snipe him from afar. Look at that, we're just getting crushed on all sides. Absolutely smushed. Oh yeah, we want to just heal her. If we don't need to stand this close. Yeah, if we heal her, maybe some of this stuff can be mitigated, but... Uh, 35, this is going to do how much? 29. It's going to be 20 and 20. You know what, she's got the extra life as well. We'll just stand here and... We'll go... Who's holding what? Great Knight, Mage Knights. Alright, we'll go here. We'll engage.
Grant me your power.
We'll see how much she can take out by herself. Storm's Eye. With probably the Wolf Bale. Though the Silver Axe is not a bad idea either. Actually, yeah, we don't really need a type effectiveness, do we? Let's do this, Silver Axe.
I don't back down.
I haven't actually used it before, I didn't quite know how it would work, but yeah, I guess it's with anybody who's coming in at melee range. Okay, let's figure this out. These guys can still come in here all over the place. She's got defense 21. Probably take her down just to stand in front. But no, they're going to go after her anyways. It's kind of pointless. Not much is going to happen here. That is good. Go physic. And we'll stand in front. So yeah, this turn is a disaster. It is absolute mess. I think likely what's going to happen is that Louis and Ike will come down here. They'll try to get out of range of as much as possible. So this way you only take a quick attack from the boss. And we can switch to either Urban or Ragnall so you can counterattack. Or Ragnall. Then you take one attack, it'll hit pretty hard, and then you basically stand on the orb location next turn and then pop a healing item and then probably go down fighting after that. So let's see what happens. Let's see how many go down, and we'll see whether we choose to reverse. I think we're going to take some pretty heavy losses. Yeah, as expected.
I'm sorry for this setback.
Up to this point, we have not accepted losing any units in the entirety of this game, but again, in this mode, the Fel Xenologue is balanced around the expectation that you will. So we'll see how it goes. Hector's power is great. Look at that. That is fantastic. She's just going to take out the whole cluster by herself, even with a low hit rate.
All we want is to stop them from reviving the Feldra.
We're helping you.
Why are you getting in our way?
I'm not getting in your way. It seemed like from Ivy's dialogue, she was pretty insistent that she was doing the right thing. Yeah, the problem with the right side is that I didn't expect that the Yellow Army would win that easily. It's gigantic. Okay, so we actually only had one character go down. I am going to see if it's viable to play through.
I'm still quite capable.
I kind of doubt it is, but yeah, because Bolt Axe is just going to kill him straight up, and he has no real recourse against it. Like, there's nothing he can do. Because the whole army's going after that one guy, which was the point in the first place, except I didn't expect the boss with the magic attack to just join in so quickly. So let's see what's going to happen here. We might back out. It's a significant loss in time. It's about probably an hour and a half worth of progress at this point, but I feel like we can do this better. I feel like we can play this much, much better. Although this play over here was amazing. But yeah, if we had actually saved up the Tiki Crystal, we might have been okay. So the question is, at this point, yeah, I mean, it is possible to take out some of this. I think it's too much of a mess. I think we're going back. I think we're going back. Yeah, we're going back. This is turn 8. We're going back to probably turn 5-ish. We'll just redo it. We might be here for a while, but well, let's take a look at it. What was turn 6? Let's take a look at Louis' position in turn 6. Yeah, he was already being chased like crazy. I know that was turn 7, okay. That's Louis' position in turn 6, that's what we're looking for. Yeah, because that's the enemy phase. Yeah, it was so many phases, that's why. Yeah, the problem was that Louis went chasing. Right? Right, because I went up to draw 2 attackers. That was already too late. I was already being chased at that point. We're going turn 5. This is the biggest reset we've ever done in this game. But that's just like classic Fire Emblem when we just have to redo the whole map, so... Yeah, if we can save up the Goddess Stance, that would be great, because I think I did use it prematurely before we really had to. Oh, okay. So there's a bit of a buffer limit. So we might actually not be able to go back as far as I'd like, because there is a buffer limit to how far back you can go, which means if we want to do it, we need to go back to Louis' move and perhaps just try to have him outrun. But I think at that point he's already being chased, right? Like, he's not being chased that badly, so... Dragon Vein... Right, because we survived all that stuff, barely. The main issue is that Louis wound up here. I can't believe we actually hit the reset buffer. I didn't know that it was this short. That's what happens when you just don't use the time crystal much, and when you have a gigantic number of units on this map. Absolutely gigantic. So time to reset would have been last turn when we were already talking about considering it. Well, let's take a look here. Maybe we'll play through. Let's take a look. Yeah, the reinforcements seem to have calmed down a little bit at least. So maybe the trick was to snipe Ivy in the first place, just to mitigate the respawning. Yeah, because at this point, 19 and 19, that is 38. That means that he is able to survive that if he reloads somewhere, but the other magic attacks are likely to kill him. Very likely to kill him. Certain to kill him, in fact. The pure water would have been very useful to have here. Yeah, I don't like it. Let's see, because she was coming down up here. She had about 7 movement. He's up here, tucking in and fighting these guys, which he should not have done. However, I can probably have a much cleaner fight on the left side if we done this properly, so... but this already passed the point where I've used Goddess Stance, which we kind of needed to save, so... Let's see what's happening. We got away with a few extra fortunate plays here as well. Ah, yeah, because this was a torrential furor freeze play. Don't want to lose all that. We should have just moved Louis last turn. That would have solved so many issues. Yeah, because this was our combined play where we just take out the whole cluster and then get in position for the corrupted wyverns, and then what happens here? Yeah, so this is the turn where I think I got a little bit lucky with Celestia's position, but we knew from the damage numbers that even if Ivy had landed her attack, she would have been 1 damage short, right? So I think we'll go back to this point then. We'll go back to Madeline waited, Louis waited. Because then we just reposition Louis further down so he doesn't get drawn into the whole muddle. I think he can just tank damage all day. Because then we can, you know, run away and stall by a couple of turns. Let's say we go like this. Big reset. We spent way too long just deliberating over how to reset, but, you know. Alright. Yeah, because he's already in trouble at that point. He's already way too close. But running back obviously isn't the answer. Like, he has to run away. And he can stall for maybe about 3 turns or so while he gets reloaded and back to the other side. There's a limit to how far he can go, but at least trees are going to obstruct the enemy somewhat. And as long as he remains engaged, he's actually able to withstand quite a bit of punishment. Problem is, you've got a whole yellow army already positioned there. He's a long ways away from any orb that's not these ones. So let's just say he's going to go back here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, this stuff we know about. Yeah. RNG seed is going to behave pretty much the same way here, then we just redo this turn. I don't know that we can do much better, actually. Like, I don't think we went back far enough to make a difference here, because we have the same complications. The exact same complications. Except maybe if we go Thoron, then we can pull back out. Like, basically, if we go Thoron, freeze this cluster. And we're able to get, what's her name, back out of there. Celestia. Back out. Yeah, even if she gets hit, she won't die. And even if she misses, she'll be able to freeze. And you just pull back and stall for another turn. I don't quite like stalling that long, but... but then you can probably try to sniper some other way. Like, I don't know if we can afford to survive another turn of reinforcements, but we might have to just to drag these guys into a position where I can actually hit them. Because right now the problem is partly that they're way too far in. Unfortunately, we just have 1 turn left on doing freezes with Corrin, and we're kind of in big trouble after that, so... And then that way we can get Chloe back here. Like, if she gets some kind of kill and then squats back here. While she's able to defend. And then we just don't engage in this position at all, because this is clearly just a bit of a trap. So the idea... Or we freeze 4. We can still pull out using see it all. pull her out. Get way out of the way here. And then do something to stop Ivy. And hopefully immobilize her. In fact, you can immobilize 2 squats if you are using Celestia. You can tap 1 and pull back and try that again. The main issue being that you're still within range of a whole bunch of nonsense. And the question is, can you take Ivy out this turn if you do that? Because you'd still have to go with the Chloe play that goes down here, hits her, comes back. You'd still need to hit her with something else. Let's try it. Yeah, because the idea is that you would hit this. And she still remains alive. And if you pull back with her, then maybe Chloe actually goes for the snipe on, not on the boss, but yeah, you actually know Pendreo can hit this. That's the thing, so that works too. The only thing is that you would lose access to 1 heal, but there you go, Thoron. It's okay to miss. Everything freezes. Good. Xenologue is going to run into some issues here. I'll have to... Oh, I forgot to switch to Terrifying again. That's okay, it's only a penetrating attack this time that you need to worry about, which will be a problem anyway, because they're both penetrating, right? Yeah, they are. So basically, anyone under 22 is... under 22 HP is at risk. Ivy's still flying, there's a problem. We'll have to figure that out. Yeah, we wanted to drop ice over here, that's right. I think that's consistently going to be the right play. Yeah, if we do 24 like that after having already tapped the Wyvern with another attacker for 21 damage, then we can take it out. Then we're fine. The problem, of course, is Ivy. If we come over here, we can tap her, pull back 1. If we get back here, we can do bolting. The hit rate's not encouraging. $37 hits a well at least. Yeah, none of these hit rates are very good. Well, anyway, what's the priority though? Like, if we vacate everybody from here, then the main thing we need to do is actually just hit Ivy. And hit her in a way that is still survivable on this side. And we want to do so without expending Pendreo if we can avoid it, simply because we do need him for probably the big group heal. Yeah, we can hit. But if we can drop a Thoron on this guy, that'll be best. In fact, if we go Echo, then we have 2 rolls of Thoron. And that might actually improve the hit rate.
Emblem, engage!
That might, in fact, be what Echo is for, that you can mitigate hit rate issues. If you go for that as well, it would do about 30. But basically, like, if you do Echo, then you have 2 chances at 50% to hit right here. I feel like strategically using Echo actually is the key to this one. If you can take her down to 25, that's not quite enough to do what I want, but does Echo ever take the counterattack though? Let's or as an ability, does it not? Okay, it actually takes quite a big hit. Let's rethink everything. What about Warp Ragnarok? Even though we're not warping anywhere. Warp Ragnarok is an interesting solution because you don't take damage from turn even if you're not using a teleport. And it also hits for 100%, which is important. Because that's been one of the major limitations so far of the entire strategy. Okay, so we actually might have a way into this. Because if you do Warp Ragnarok and Sword of the Creator against a Wyvern, it goes down. Moreover, if you do that and then Chloe with the spear, I mean, she'll hit, but Excalibur would hit, but then she would need to heal out of that for sure. But the nice thing is that if you hit that with Excalibur, it actually freezes Ivy. So we should consider doing that, because if I go Thoron like this, for instance, then all of a sudden, if I kill this, then I don't need to deal with her, except, of course, for her own Thoron attack the next turn, which is still going to be somewhat deadly. But it freezes her in place, and then you basically stop this cluster. Except for this guy, who is still hanging around because he's a nuisance. So you still have to deal with this one. This is tricky. Let's see. So he comes down here. I'm going to do a shoot down. Eventually. Seedall's already been activated. He's pulled out. But basically... yeah, if you heal up, then this is doable. You can heal up using... except the thing is, if you use Physic to heal up, then you can't use Warp Ragnarok, which is what was the linchpin of our whole strategy. Warp Ragnarok plus Sword of the Creator takes this out, and then you just kind of hope that everybody can soak Ivy's 2-range attack, which is the Thoron, which is going to hit extremely hard. However, if we pull out completely, we don't worry about heals, we come in here. None of these attacks are doing enough. Of course they don't. Basically, if we take out this guy, we solve a lot of issues. Not all. Like, basically, it would still be standing within range of this guy if we're attacking in here. So, yeah, we just need to vacate the whole place. And vacate the whole place while dealing with Ivy somehow. So like if we have people stand out here, we'd have to soak one attack. 3, 4, 5, 6. Stand here. Three range. At this rate, I don't even know if I can finish the map this session. This is gonna be pretty ugly. Yeah, Warp Ragnarok at least gets 100%. We'll kill this. Sort of Creator further takes it out. And if you freeze Ivy in place, she does her 40 damage Thoron. We could really use that Lucina Bonded Shield right now, and we don't have it. Or an additional Chain Guard, and we don't have that either. This might actually be worse than what we did the previous attempt. Now the thing is, if we have an adjacency bonus, we actually can hit sufficiently with this attack. Then what are we missing? Yeah, his speed's gonna be awful no matter what though, so... Two. Then what happens if I go sort of the Creator against her? Let's see, that's 17. That's actually not too bad. Well, if we're out of range of this guy, which perhaps it won't be, and she's got 53 HP. We've got enough to work with to take her out. It's just that we're within range of all the other nonsense. Yeah, we should have kept Soren, I think. We needed that area of effect nuke. Tricky. So we hit all this stuff, we pull back. And perhaps go over here. If we hit Ivy in this location and we heal up, then all we need to do is perhaps kill the other one. Nope, because these guys still hit in very inconvenient locations. So we freeze her up. We don't need to attack into her to do. We can always attack into this guy instead. Or actually, just have Celestia attack. This at all. Take it down to 28. If Celestia attacks at all, then Ivy freezes. And we're out of range of this guy, but then we need to deal with this spear. That's okay. 34, speed 15. If we do a full heal, she will live. In that case, I think we have to do it this way. That we come down here, that's going to leave 28 damage remaining. Chloe actually is able to hit that and pull back. And she'll be able to hit that without taking damage return. Okay, no, this is the idea. This is the idea. Go like this. Thoron, hopefully it hits. If it doesn't, that's still okay. And it hits. Great. Okay, now everything here is frozen. Now we kill this one. Ivy's still a problem. That's okay. We can still live. Chloe and Lynn. We need to make a decision as to whether we back her up here. Depends on whether she can survive. Ugh, that's a lot of attacks. 34 physical. No, that's a lot of attacks. Yeah, we're not going to be able to reload her on that spot this turn, unless we do some kind of blocking play to prevent her from being attacked on the side. We block her from both locations, and to do that, I would still be within range of bolting. – 21 and 21 for defense. She's actually in pretty good shape, and she's fast, which means she'd only take 6 from this guy. 6 from this guy, so she'd take 12. She'd take how much from this guy? She'd take 12, and then that's 13. That's 25 damage. 25 damage and then magic 40 with Thoron, right? 25 and 19. Remarkably, I think she actually lives if she stands here and takes 4 separate attacks. And that's assuming she does take 4 separate attacks, because I think that her dodge rate is good enough that she won't. Oh, wait, no, she's got 40 HP. Never mind. What am I talking about? No, she doesn't live then. Okay, no. But if you block one location and prevent, say, this guy from coming in here, maybe then she can still do it, because then you would have, what? 34 damage coming in here, and that's assuming they hit, which they might not. She's got good avoidance, 34 damage. You can also drop some other kind of defense on her. So let's see if we prevent one of the 27s. We got... Main thing is the 40 damage coming in for Thoron, which we can actually check, I think. Or we just pull her back further and just not deal with that. And at most we deal with one attack. The problem is that, you know, we really do need her to have a bow available next turn. If we can, because Corin's out of gas. We can't mitigate this much longer. However, Tiki is able to stand on top over here. Possibly we can do a little bit of additional damage mitigation over here. We might be able to pull it out. So. Yeah, we just have to do it this way. She can play timidly and run away, but the thing is, like, we won't have access to the bow next turn, and we need access to the bow. So, very critical decision here. Oh, you know what? I completely misread her numbers too. I was reading Tiki's numbers. Okay, so no, she won't survive this because her defense is 11. Which means she's already going to take, what, 25 out of this guy if we don't mitigate it. Yeah, no, she's got to snap back. Bolting would then do 13, and then you have... Actually, she'll snap back here, because then the only thing she takes is bolting, if that. And it might miss. Yeah, no, she can't do it. Gotta pull her back. But Xenologue's only going to be available on one character next turn, and it will likely have to be used on Ivy in order to freeze more enemies. We just don't have the juice. We're out of juice. Okay. That's fine. Gregory and Celica, let's see what we can do here. Right, this was where we were thinking we'd go Nova to try to do 2 attack attempts on her. In that location, you'd have to be prepared to take 34 physical, as well as whatever return damage this is, 6. Or you could use Warp Ragnarok and nuke her this turn, but I think I might want to save it. Can anyone else do it? Now, the interesting thing is that, yeah, Cedal and Sigurd. We can also go 2 heals against these guys. Probably even go Instruct, in fact, just to buttress their defense. Sort of the creator actually just outright kills. The first life bar, anyway. And then Pandora doesn't do much. But where am I? Okay. Yeah, we have to hit its range, otherwise we get swamped by the other stuff. So the question is, can we afford to get away with only dropping 1 heal? I don't think we can, because yeah, she's already going to get hit, so anyway, we're going to go back up here again. This is going to be the same play that we did previously. We might even move down a spot. No, we'll do it here. Engage.
Emblem, engage!
Storm's Eye with Silver Axe.
Gutsy, aren't you? There we go!
And she'll be fine. We don't have a lot of time left with Tiki. Could we do some kind of instruct play? And can we outspeed her? No, we can't. Speed 24. We're in fact quite fortunate that neither Bolting or Thorin will double us. They're in fact just there to prevent me from doubling against her. But yeah, we need to heal both, I think, for sure. This... I don't know, but then we'd have to do the sacrifice heals Pendro, and I feel like that's premature. Possibly we just forego the attack this turn, and just heal them both separately, and then we saved Pendro heal until we actually need it. Or we don't even do that, and instead what we do is fortify. This fortify is going to do 17. That'll take you up to 32, that'll take you up to 30. And then I think you live, because 34 attack. And unfortunately, as a flying unit, she doesn't benefit from the woods, does she? No. 34 attack is going to do what? 18. 18 followed by, yeah, 40 for the Thoron. 18 to 19 is going to do 37. So that might not be enough, but you've got a pretty significant staff buff. So for example, yeah, we know, well, I mean, you know, we can see what Fortified does here. If it doesn't do enough, then we run down and do some more. And let's take a look at this guy's range. This is a bit ridiculous. Yeah, because he's got the same issue, 34 physical damage, which is going to do 21. 21 and 13. Let's go 34. So, yeah, if you hit at all, you do have to probably hit first and hit often. Like if you go Echo, then you do a total heal and hope the arithmetic works out. And it might not work out. However, you come back here and then you mitigate damage. Maybe you could do that. And just instruct against everybody. Yeah, that's gonna be fine then. That'll work. Let's go engage. We'll go Echo. And we'll make 2 attempts at this. And then we'll do a Fortify heal, which is going to raise the whole cluster. And then at that point, we do an Instruct, which is then going to bolster my defenses. We just need 1 hit. Good. And we'll even get a second hit on her, which will then give us a bit of an advance on the next turn. Okay. We go down here, Spandreo. Not using the Makai heal yet. We're going to go Fortify against everyone. It's a huge range of that, which is great. In fact, it's such a big range that we should consider ahead of time if we want to do anything special with dragon placement here. We probably want to do some counter-attacking with her. Like, over here, over here. If there's a bolting attack against her, that's fine. She can so hit. 7, 25. Yeah, so it would actually make sense for her to try to tank as many of these attacks as possible. Probably down here, draw some fire. This would have been better, except... Yeah, because I'd like to draw all these guys in, but we can't do it here because we would draw in this one. I'm just going to do penetrating. $21. So we got a lot of little chip damage here, so probably right here. And we'll see what happens. If she tries to hit with bolting, then that's fine. We'll consider that damage distributed. Let's see, these guys are all melee, right? No, this is L-Fire. Possibly we just take out the fire guy first. Yeah, like 27 here. We can probably just stand here. Or here. Just try to take out as much as we can. Physical attack 30. Yeah, we have to weaken everything, so makes sense to try to get them come in right here. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. That might be a mistake, but we'll see. We should have calculated that, but that's okay. No, her defense is pretty good. Her speed is great. I think we're fine. Okay, fortify. Let's heal up the whole cluster. Yeah, with Staff Mastery you get the +7 on it, which means that she'll have 37. Along with the Instruct, she'll be fine. Okay, so we're being chased. Let me just keep going. Don't need to stand here. But then if he's caught on the following turn, then he's in big trouble. Because he'll die to the spell damage. There's so many abilities going on here, I don't even know what's going on. Okay, so he's going to go down. So that didn't quite work. I didn't realize it would get doubled. I didn't read the speed there. I didn't read the speed. Yes, that's right. Okay, well, we'll see. We might have to play on. Let's see how this goes. In fact, I just didn't read the range on him at all, so... We're still in significantly better shape than we were on the previous attempt on the same turn. We're likely going to lose Louis. We already lost Gregory. But we're actually in better shape. Oh yeah, that's looking like trouble. I think at this point, the whole point here is to get Louis chased. And then if he gets nuked, which he will, because he doesn't have nearly the mitigation that he needs to survive against a magic attack like this. Oh, actually, look at that. He would survive by 1 point. And if he does survive by 1 point, then what we will do, assuming that we don't get hit by crit or something, may calculate damage with 150% of defense instead of strength. Let's take a look at these stats. Yeah, I mean, if that happens, obviously we just die, but if not, then what we can do is actually, well, first of all, items, maybe raise our speed slightly, just so we raise our avoidance stats as much as possible. Not that it will make a big difference, but even though we don't manage to counterattack, we'll be okay. Yeah, no, because if he manages to survive that by 1 damage, then we can actually just do the Pandreo global heal at that point. Yeah, notice that here, for instance. Yeah, we just snipe Ivy. With someone who's actually able to survive this. Well, anyway, Madeline and Hector. Yeah, if we just take her down here, let's just attack. 22% hit. Yeah, I'm not going to hit that. I'm not going to come close to that.
At the ready.
And that's actually impossible to hit, pretty much. Okay, at this point, yeah, the problem is everybody's just way out of position. But again, if we do a big play as Corrin and go over here and might be able to do this. We just need a couple of combined attacks against Ivy because she's still on bolting. If she's still on bolting, then we can just get within 2 range of her. And go, for example, Sword of the Creator. We'll do 17. And then Andrea, assuming we don't need the global heal. No, won't work. And basically, we could still do something to freeze these 3. And if we freeze these 2, that's okay, because then we just deal with 1 attacker who does a reliable 28. As long as we take out the rest of this stuff, which we can. As long as we get out of range of this guy, too. Anyway, this guy, yeah, hit rate's not great. Here we go, Fellspark. 85% hit. I mean, we need to hit, but yeah, the movement buff isn't going to help here, but we could probably do something as no. Oh yeah, everybody's mobbing me from behind too. That's not healthy. I'd have to just slow them down with smoke or something. That's okay, we'll deal with Nil last. Except Nil, of course, needs to live, so probably tuck him in here and... I mean, not within range of the attacker, obviously, but... I just need somebody to take care of these guys back here and slow them down. Okay, so... yeah, I'm thinking... Like, if you tap this guy with something like Thoron... if you're playing as Corrin anyway, then you're good. Like, basically Corrin would need to go here. Attack something. Probably just this. Kill it. 89% is best. Kill it and just sit in this spot. Then hit this corner with Thoron. Freeze all three. Then you need to do some kind of big attack in against Ivy to just take her out this turn. And then smush everybody in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you'll be able to, if you freeze this guy, reduce the range that you need to deal with, and then Nil is able to come in. So, we have a play. Assuming we leave Gregory dead, which I think we probably will at this point, just given the time spent on this map. It's imperfect, but it's one of the things that I guess we'll have to compromise on because we are streaming this game. Then can't play quite as ideally as I usually would. Yeah, we have to watch out for these guys coming in from the bottom too. We just need to make sure we're not stuffed in this location. So, looks like this will be the play then. We attack. Vulcanon is best.
Experience has triumphed.
And all this time we've been unable to reload Chloe. Oh, look at that. She's probably just one attack off from finally getting her bow back. It's just pain until then. Anyway, we do need to freeze these three. Which we can do. We should probably watch out for the range on these two. Might even just want to go over here.
Emblem, engage!
And if you do either a Bolt Axe attack or Dark Inferno, look at that. Bolt Axe is going to be useless because he's useless. Bolt Axe and Revenge. Nope. Both of those are going to be kind of bad. Yeah, he needs to get in here. I think he'll be sufficiently defended. Maybe even raise defense in this location. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that anybody stuck in here is able to survive whatever this guy can throw at us. Which means...
Shall we dance?
We shall. Yeah, Wolf Knight's got to go down somehow, or... He's a bit of an issue because we need to basically stop him from coming in. We need to leave these spaces clear so we can attack into Ivy. Yeah, it looks like this will be the play as Nil, is that we just go to Dragon Vein. And we'll just... defense. We don't want to manipulate the terrain too much yet, though. That's in case there are movement issues that I don't know about. Hang on. Andreo and Micaiah. Will we get anything out of that? We won't. 10 damage at most. Yeah, that's not good. I don't think we can just blow through any of this stuff as Chloe. Even with the spear. We'll do it most 20, not nearly good enough. Sword of the Creator can do 17. Oh, okay, we get 17 of that. You get like... Oh, Gregory's dead, so we don't have Warp Ragnarok anymore. Okay. I feel like if we... didn't really even need to do that attack last turn, did we? Like... Was that a totally frivolous attack that I just did while putting him in harm's way? Maybe it was. Because he put Echo in here. Yeah, because I thought I could just heal him out of that and that would be okay, and I didn't look at the speed with which he would be smacked by the enemy over there, so... Yeah, because we no longer have Warp Ragnarok, and so that actually does disrupt our plans significantly. Possibly we do something to smoke out the enemy, but in fact the smoke could even work over on this side. Whoops. If we go smoke over here, basically expose this unit. Yeah, we might need to do a mid-map save and just continue this. Which I have not done at all at any point in this game, but we might need to actually take advantage of the bookmark feature because we've been on this for ages. I was hoping to get it done quickly, but clearly ran into a couple of issues here. And we're not about to get much better because we just... I mean, we don't have enough of an Air Force to deal with her tucking into this corner like that. That was kind of unfortunate. We really should have intercepted her in the first place before things got so out of hand. I think if we're fighting in the middle of the map and, you know, everything kind of gets dragged out where we can actually hit, it's a different story. But maybe a bit of a humbling experience. Yeah, because we were counting on having more Ragnarok damage available. I mean, you know, if we didn't use it, then we'd still have to hit her multiple times in this turn, but... we really didn't need to make that play now, did we? Now we go Instruct instead. And if we have a better hit rate on this, then, you know, maybe we can do about 26 on this. And speed 18 versus 24, nope. Nope, we're just in big trouble all around. Sort of the Creator is still an okay play. I mean, not quite enough, not if we're still only sitting on 36. Like, we need the bow, basically. Or we need Warp Ragnarok. Yeah, we have to go back. We have to go back. It's not gonna work. So anyway, yeah, let's head back to Gregory's move because I don't think we needed to do it. Oh, right, and I guess I didn't account for Cataclysm hitting a bunch of us at once. That was the issue, was that I assumed that I would be out of range, but I'm not out of range if I'm within three range of this cluster attack. Anyway, let's go back here. So we can use Gregory, we use Nell. We had to heal. And we had to instruct. So, what was the problem there? Well, the problem was that we got hit by the spear because it was speed 15 and we didn't account for that. That Gregory would be on speed 5 if he's on Thoron. And you can't change out of that item if he's on Echo, so we kind of just have to leave her alive. We then take... Yeah, same idea is that we do instruct, and the other thing was that Gregory was not affected by instruct, but that would not have saved him. We do a group heal. Or even if we do a second heal as Gregory instead of burning the staff, like do a physic heal over here. How much would he do? 22. Yeah, it might even work better to do like 2 separate heals this turn. And you would still potentially get into cataclysm damage, but not much of it. Yeah, because then you could basically do engage, not engage, but you save the engage. You go physic, as you get a more efficient heal out of this. We'll see if anybody
give me a task.
Suffers a casualty from that, because at this point, yeah, then you don't have speed issues coming in from this spear. And I was trying to attract attacks from over here. I'm just trying to tank everything. I think this still works, even though we have some issues with Wolf Knight afterwards. Coming into the woods. Maybe we should have blocked the woods. And we should be able to do instruct over here to just catch everybody. And then we do the Louis death run as before. Okay, same idea. Let's see if anybody goes down this time. Yeah, that's tight. A bit tighter than I expected, in fact. Okay, getting some crits here is nice. Mostly. Now, it looks like we didn't kill nearly as much with the Wolf Bale on Madeline this time. So there's quite a lot that's been left alive. But anyway, everybody lived. But we do have a problem with, yeah, the Wyvern Knight still being positioned over here. And of course, Ivy actually partially healing, which is unfortunate. Alright. Might actually just have to freeze everyone here again. But we've been stalling on plays like that for too long. I think at this point we have to do the Chloe spear play, except that doesn't quite work either because we need to stand. Yeah, we need to stand here probably and go instruct all once again. Or try to catch everybody in the cluster. Because then if you have instruct, you don't need to depend so much on adjacencies or whatever.
I can carry on.
Yeah, that's not great. But we'll see, because if Chloe is the one who refreshes, then she can come around and snipe this guy. The problem is that you don't have a freeze play available to take away these ones. Whereas if you do use Corin, you heal her up, you can actually do Torrential Roar to just freeze this whole cluster all over again. But then again, that's just stalling and delaying the inevitable. So what we might want to do is
I may not be your first choice, but
our first choice. Rope Ragnarok over here. It's for 22, we know that. That's not quite enough. But and it is a function of where we're standing. Like basically if we do Sword of the Creator against this guy, that kills it. That kills it quite easily, in fact. We should in fact do it from this position, because then you can do an adjacent debuff that then allows you to hit Ivy over there. Also, if I'm hitting over here, you can do Thoron, but that's not actually great. I can't quite hit. Yeah, I guess previously Wyvern Knight was within range over here, so might actually just want to go Elixir on this. Save everybody a heal. Might have to do a group heal regardless, but at least then it's survivable. So you go Elixir over here, you heal up, then on the attack. I'm still not able to hit her very much, but then maybe you're able to go over here, though, and still... I mean, the important thing is that you'd still be able to do an immobilization, which would freeze these three, and take out Ivy separately, and I think that still works somewhat. Let's say we go items, elixir. Means that we won't have access to the bow, which is still a problem, but the thing is, I think we do need to mitigate all three of these. The Wolf Knight is actually still a problem too. Okay, Seedall, Singer, yeah, so Violet goes here. You then have the ability for Chloe to hit like this, maybe even pull back. But then you don't have enough text left, I think, to actually kill her this turn. Yeah, there's just not enough juice in this. Not enough juice. You can hit with this. Yeah, no, I think you need the bow. I don't see how you can do this with the bow, but... because then you can kill this with two separate attacks. But you really do need to freeze everything here, otherwise it just rolls over you. So we're in a bit of a dilemma here because, you know, we really should have gotten to bow back on her some time ago, but the thing is, she's only one attack away from probably reloading. Yeah, Violet also needs to get on this spot. This is... I'm kind of tempted to just do the classic Fire Emblem thing and just start this map from scratch, because like we're in too much of a hole at this point. I mean, it is winnable. And we don't need to be so perfectionistic about losing units when it comes to Fell Xenologue, but at the same time it is just such a messy situation that we can't get out of. Not very cleanly, anyway.
The fight is not yet done.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we have all kinds of issues with hit rate being abysmally low. Okay, there's going to be a particular sequence that we need. Yeah, we know Sword of the Creator can absolutely destroy these things. We know it's not quite fast enough to deal with this. But that Excalibur has a very low hit rate. We know that if we go Excalibur with this guy, he's able to do it. You know what? We're able to... Oh no, he's got 46 damage. That is also terribly annoying. Wait, no, except that actually does kill because this guy's not at a full 47, right? He's at... How does that kill? I see that I'm doing 46 outgoing damage. Oh, because the other unit actually sacrifices 1 HP to attack me in return. Okay, you know what? That works. The problem is that we would lack Warp Ragnarok to kill this, but then I don't think we need it. I think we might be fine without it. Right? Alternately, Pendreo takes us out with an attack. The problem with that is we lose to heal. But anyway, we have actually some options. The main issue being that Pendreo will not be able to take out Ivy. Whereas the Warp Ragnarok actually should be able to. So for example, you go Excalibur against her. Percentages are awful. But no, you're just over the line with this. The issue, I guess, is that you don't get any kind of type effect in this here. At least not very much of one. And also, you don't have the speed. We've been looking at this for so long now. We'll figure it out. Let's we go melee range with the lance. Oh, that's one way to do it. But again, damage is a little bit off what we need. But if we have instruct, then we're okay. Just a few points off no matter what we do. She needs to bow. She needs to bow. You're so far off actually managing to do this. Like, we need Corin to basically do Torrential Roar. Again. Maybe from a totally different direction. Like maybe even from the back direction. Just freeze 3. You can always have Astra Storm on this guy. Yeah, no. We have so many flyers to deal with here. It's just huge mess. Excalibur. Yeah, we basically needed more debuffing. Like we needed stuff like Draconic Hex and all that. Well, Xenologue has been an exercise in mostly missing my main party. All the beautiful setups that we had going on. Yeah, okay, no, we're gonna do it this way. We've been talking about this for a while. Let's go... Oh, we might even go Dragon Vein. No, we need to go heal. Sit on this. Reload with Seedall. Not gonna happen otherwise. We're gonna get Seedall to blockade up above. Which is probably unwise.
Let's go.
And then yeah, the thing is, she would take quite a lot of damage in return if we don't kill that guy outright.
Emblem, engage!
But it would freeze all 4. And she can't do Torrential Roar remotely, unfortunately. Because otherwise that would solve a couple of issues. But if you only need to freeze 3 anyway, we'll just do Thoron in that location. But you would absolutely need to kill Ivy afterwards. Under these circumstances, we're actually able to go Sword of the Creator plus Chloe. I think that actually does do it. We're careful. Like, yeah, because that's the problem, is that she partially healed coming out of the last turn. And so our damage numbers are slightly off now. Basically, if Chloe is attacking indirectly, then we're not in the worst shape. We can also go Tiki. Tap for an additional 4, that's not very useful. And we can also do the Echo play. That would do 14, but the hit rate's abysmal. You have to do a lot better than that. And try to smoke her. Yeah, this is not working out. Can we do anything with this guy? Like, maybe that massive fire attack. Drops fire everywhere. Dark Inferno Plus. Well, I mean, it sets myself on fire too, and that is probably not helpful. Sort of the creator. Can we do an additional 9 after that from somebody? Who's got it? Maybe we go Torrential Roar from this location, right? But it doesn't freeze the unit at the back. Also, what if we go Steel Sword? Nope, that's terrible. And that is 15. That actually doesn't do too badly. It would freeze 3 units. It wouldn't take care of the guy at the back. Yeah, I do have half mind to just scrap this map and do it over again. This would be our first actual failure in this game. Excalibur. Yeah, I have to take a few risks and make a few uncertain plays, I think. Like if you go here, Excalibur actually does kill this, that's the thing. Yeah, well, if it hits. I mean, not hit. Basically, if we do... Instead of using Sword of the Creator, we stand here. Don't cover nearly enough with Instruct. Nope. What? Let's just cover this with Instruct. Let's try this. Because if the point is that we are missing a few minor points of damage here and there that we should be getting, then theoretically this should fix the issue. Except we're still short on damage. Like we really do need this additional attacker here. I'm staring at this thing for so long. But we know that maybe we stand here, then Warp Ragnarok will get his business done. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do this. Let's just commit. I think that if this turn doesn't work out, we're going to reset. So now we're solid. Now we've got 30 damage here. Our hit rates are a lot better. And now, in fact, Excalibur, if it hits, we'll take that out. Well, that actually feels so much more comfortable. Yeah, hit rates are way up. Let's test more Ragnarok here just to see what kind of numbers we're dealing with. 26 exactly, but it does hit 100%, which is probably what we want. Okay, well, we do it that way. Then are we able to then secure a kill? Rate's still too low. We might not be able to get the kill, but we can probably freeze everyone up regardless. Let's see what we can do here. Torrential Roar, yeah, and then we should basically freeze all four. Tap 1, 2, or even go down here, and with the additional buff, that's still not great. In fact, why are we thinking about tapping with Thorin when you can just outright kill one of these? Because if you outright kill one of these, then yeah, if you just take one of them out completely, you just don't have to deal with it. Still need to take this guy out. Let's see about the echo attack as well. 10 and 10, that's not good enough. Or no, 16 and 16. If it hits 32. Nah, not good enough. Okay, we just remain in place. Let's just kill it. Yeah, I think my first attempt at this was actually even cleaner. The main benefit of this round is that we haven't lost anybody yet, but I feel like we will. Particularly because, you know, you still have sword attacks coming in, you've got so many issues. This guy's speed 25, he's likely going to hit for 27, 8 and 8. Yeah, it's not a good situation. But if, for example, you fly over here instead, and then you go Excalibur on a second guy here, or Bolganon, then you can freeze the other ones. You would be vulnerable to attack from down below, which is 2 attacks from down below, in fact. That's not really a benefit over just doing it from this position. %20 return on this one, so it's actually quite good. Yeah, we made things way too difficult for ourselves here. That didn't turn out to be very good. Like, we can actually tap for 23 if we do this. We need to figure this out. 13. Should actually just take notes on the numbers that we're pulling here. No, we gotta freeze her. We can't deal with it this turn. Like, it's just too much stuff. But if we pull it like this, maybe we can go around 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the movement's only 4. Oh, because she got hobbled, yeah. I don't think I even realized it. No wonder our calculations were totally off. So we can go Torrential Roar, knock out all 4 of these. But then probably suffer through way too many attacks. She's got risk 24 though, I think she can potentially even take it. 36, no, that takes 20 damage. Yeah, no, this turn isn't going to work at all. I think we're going to call it a day. Yeah, we spent too long on this, and we've been stuck on this turn for basically the past 2 hours. And we've gotten out of tight situations like this before. I'm certainly no stranger to that. But this one seemed like... Yeah, it seemed like we'd already kind of lost this position several turns ago, that's the thing. And there's so much unit movement on this map that there was no real opportunity to recover from that, even with the turn reset. I think we did need to do like a full classic Fire Emblem reset to make it happen. Can we smoke this side? Yeah, the thing is the smoke doesn't even reach that elevation, and so that doesn't work either. Because it just spreads in the wrong place. But anyway, this guy is a 20% return hit, so maybe we're okay.
Now that was a party.
Let's just see what happens. Let's just hide in the woods with everybody and the best. Also, oh, we weren't even engaged. Okay, we messed that up. We didn't even freeze anything. Yeah, I just needed to put the engage power on so I could actually freeze everything. That's the whole point of getting our record in the first place. You know what? That was just basically a misclick. Let's just... It messes up the whole turn. We have to do it. Hang on. Whoops. Yeah, Celestia's attack and Avendro's attack. Okay, let's redo it. I think this map is blown. We have to start over, but sometimes you just kind of realize when you aren't making it work.
That went well.
Okay, that's better, although, of course, this guy's going to smack me. So, maybe not much better.
Forgive us.
Okay. I think we actually just heal her up with the elixir and block. Maybe get way out of range with everybody else. Yeah, she's gonna get hit. Too many range issues here. You know what? We'll just try to hit directly. Because then, if she gets attacked, she'll counter. And yeah, she should actually stand here. Or to counterattack, but I feel like this is a disaster. We're walking into the trapped end all traps here. There's no safe place to go with this guy either. A useless one. I mean, he obviously can't get within range of the big attack. We'll just create some flames, and I think hopefully that creates enough avoidance in terms of like, blocking movement. I don't think it will, but we'll do it. And yeah, that actually works defensively, which is crazy. Except, of course, we're standing on fire ourselves now, which is not good. Yep, that's a miss. Not feeling good about any of this. No hit percentage whatsoever on any of this. That's... You know what, we'll do a bit of a Hail Mary pass with the Tomahawk here. Didn't think so. Anyway, this was just disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. I think we're starting over. Like, might even change some of the setup a bit, but... And yeah, that's a game over on this.
No, I
because
cannot fall now. Not yet.
Totally out of position. So yeah, we are going to call it now. That is going to be it. And yeah, we could maybe back up. We've got plenty of resets on this. We've got 7 charges, but maybe we could back up to the previous turn and try to do a bookmark save and just kind of pick it up from tomorrow. But no, I think it's actually going to be more efficient at this point to start over now that we have a better sense of the flow of the map and where the reinforcements are coming and what kind of thing to expect. Because positionally we were just way out today, so... We are going to take our first game over of Fire Emblem Engage. 7 charges remaining, but we don't care. Defeat is defeat. I mean... Yeah, we're going to start it over from the beginning because there's no XP accumulation or resource accumulation here anyway. But then we'll save the previous party setup so we can just manipulate it without having to reload everything. And that'll shave about an hour setup, perhaps. Well, this was a humbling experience. Our first actual defeat in this game. And this is only part 1 of 2 in this map, so we've got a lot left. Assuming we can get through it. But yeah, we needed to watch the balance of power because part of the issue was that we didn't expect yellow to just roll over red on the right side, even though, you know, it seemed like a good play at the time to just send Louis over to solo half the map by himself. It seemed like it would work, but it didn't. And yeah, the mountain region in the bottom left, like, that's basically inaccessible to me. I have so few options for hitting it with anything. We'd need to pull out the enemy and not fight there. When it comes to the Corruptor Wyverns, we actually do need them in a more open position that I can hit. Otherwise, we just have too few attackers to go around. And I think we kind of overspent some of the super moves a little bit early. And didn't have them in a clutch situation, so that's going to be it for today. We're just going to have to try again. And yeah, we're just going to say thanks for watching. We'll be back for more. We'll beat this somehow. Someday. But it might take a bit of soul-searching, re-strategizing, quite a lot of thinking to get there. Until next time, a good week ahead of you. Cherish the time that you have. And above all, thanks for watching. Fare thee well.